Alright, hey people, welcome back to my stream. It's been a while since I streamed a visual novel, but I'll be just doing this for today. It's Kazusa's birthday here in the US, so I thought about like doing like a single playthrough of the true ending. It's gonna be probably 4 to 5 hours, but yeah, we'll see if we can do this in one sitting. But we'll continue our my Elden Ring playthrough either later or tomorrow. But the most important thing is I go through the entire thing, the true ending for Kazusa. All right, let's get started. I have one save specifically starting from the choice where I choose Kazusa. Screw N. But you know what? I tried starting earlier. All my choices are locked for Setsuna, and I was so angry, man. I can't choose the Kazusa true ending at all. At any point, man. So fucking bullshit, man. It's so bullshit. But anyway, let's we'll start. It's a good thing I saved after picking up the choice. So yeah, let's get started. Oh shit! Did it break? Oh yeah, it broke. Give me a second. It's like it's trying to stop me, man. What is this bullshit, man? Capturing? I don't think it's capturing. It's not showing on my thing as well. Anyway, just like it's back. I hate when that happens. Is it trying to stop me? I can't deceive you. Nice. Alright. Let's go. I can't deceive you anymore.
私の望みなのに嘘で好きだなんて言えない心と切り離せない
I can't run away or even deceive her anymore
この冬だけでいいんだほんの少しだけ愛してるって言ってくれたら愛してるって言ったらお前が世界で一番になっちまう抱きしめたら二度と離せなくなる
Well, if you remember how the normal ending went. Man, I that ending, man. Back when I put the two of them side by side in my mind, when we were connected once again, I found myself afraid of delving deeper into my feelings. Afraid of looking at the direction they were facing.
嘘で終われないこの冬だけで終われなくなる春樹だから5年前と同じにはできない別れること前提で抱きしめることなんかできない
I can tell that Kazusa is gazing at me more intensely than she was earlier.
誰もが傷つかない恋なんてもうできない誰を傷つけなくちゃならないのか
Not because of her
決めな
breath,
くちゃならない
not because of her breath or the sensation of her tears, but from a dwelling heat in my body.
だから俺はお前を今受け入れることはできないんだそれってさもう喋るなもしかしてさたとえそれがほんのわずかの希望だとしても言うなそんなことあってたまるかごめん
The reason I instinctively raised my voice is because she proposed a possibility that would be far too painful. She proposed the possibility of a preposterous choice. She proposed a possibility that defies common sense, one that will only serve to make me even me delirious.
嘘私今何言おうとしたんだそんな人として えたらいけないこと。
Even Kazusa shrinks upon realizing that she had stumbled upon that forbidden evil option.
もういい。やめてくれ。今日はもうこれ以上何も考えたくない。
春樹、
お前は熱に浮かされてた。俺は気が動転してた。
My entire body starts to tremble.
春樹、春樹。
I'm not sure if I'm the one trembling, or if it's just Kazusa trembling that's being transmitted to me. Or it could be very well be both. It's not something that I want to think about anymore. I don't want to think about anything or anyone. I don't want to make a decision yet. Gonna need more whiskey.
はいはい。それじゃあお願いします。タクシー10分でこっち来るって。
うん。
I let go of her hands and she moved away. We both sat against the wall and then brought ourselves close to each other again. We don't hold each other's shoulders, and we don't hold hands. Kazusa rests her head on my shoulder and continues her usual feverish breath. But I don't hold her anywhere. I don't warm Kazusa up.
ねえ、春樹。
Our screams and lamentations are over. In the darkness illuminated by the moonlight, the room returns to the usual quiet.
もしさ、もし私の来日が日本公演なんかじゃなくて、もし私がピアノでも失敗してさ、落ちぶれて失意のまま帰国してたとしたらさ、
カズさ、
そんな私を憐れんでお前は抱きしめてくれたかな。同情でキスしてくれたかな。
Kazusa's faint murmurs are sucked in by the vast room.
ならなかったんだよ。そういうこと。ならなかったんだよ。
ごめんな、春樹。
ごめん、カズさ。
And this time, a true silence settled between us.
怪我？
コンサートのすぐ後、階段から落ちて。
それで追加公演は？いや、まず怪我の状態だよな。
右手の甲を切ってて、あと左手首を捻挫してて、まあどちらも骨には異常ないみたいですが。
両手。
As Hamada-san's face turned pale right in front of me, I have no choice but to accept whatever comes my way, all while being tormented by numerous painful thoughts.
追加公演はあと一月あるから大丈夫かな。
多分怪我は治ってるでしょうけど、ベストコンディションで演奏できるかどうかは。
そっか、そうだよな。ピアニストが練習できないなんて。
The few lies I'm telling and the many secrets I'm keeping weigh heavily on my heart.
それにしてもなんで今まで連絡してくれなかったんだ。
すいません。
お前を責めてなんかないって。大間オフィスのこと言ってんだよ。緊密に連絡取り合うって約束だったのに。
それはその。
After all, who could possibly imagine the improbable truth of the matter? It's actually all my fault that all this happened. He even understand if I explained it to him?
迷惑かけるのが申し訳なくて、包帯が取れるまで黙っておこうと思ってたって。
その方が余計迷惑だろうが。何考えてんだよ。
申し訳ありません。
だからお前に言ってんじゃないって何度も言ってるだろう。あ、いや、つまりお前に当たってもしょうがないもんな。
はい。
That's why I can only lie to everyone around us right now. As for my persuasiveness and the situation around us, and my understanding of Kazusa's feelings, I remain unable to grasp them fully yet.
とにかくアンサンブルの編集長には報告しとく。向こうはまだ東間陽子と連絡取れないらしくて。
そうなんですか。
I didn't contact Yoko-san either, because I didn't know what excuse to tell her, when I couldn't protect nor even reject Kazusa.
それじゃあ俺、そろそろ取材の時間ですから。
東間和沙の見舞いには行くのか？
ええ、夜に。
俺も顔出そうか。今後の取材のこともあるだろうし。
いえ、今はあまり他人に会いたくないそうです。
Oh, outsiders? What did he mean by that?
そっか。じゃあお大事にって伝えてくれ。
はい、失礼します。
今はあまり他人に会いたくないか。自分は他人じゃないって言ってるぞ、お前。
He just knows, man. I managed to breathe a sigh of relief, but inside my heart, I still feel out of breath. No matter how many pointless apologies I made, no one could possibly have comprehended them, and the feeling of guilt within me never eased up. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Hamada-san. I didn't know. I never knew she was this lacking in professionalism. I never knew she would become more of an amateur than ever before. I never knew she was so frail that she'd become unable to play all because of a single guy. The scent of spicy food fills the room. Of course, this is the third day in a row I'm eating curry. At it. So I can't bring myself to get excited about the stimulating fragrance. You know, in my case, however, I got curry for curry just now. I should make some tomorrow or something. While boiling the mild curry, I start cutting some vegetables I happen to have in the fridge. The light on my rice cooker indicates that it has finished cooking. All that's left is to put it onto a plate, and the belated dinner will be finished. As I lead the movements of my hands to muscle memory, and my thoughts about the present deceased, my mind insists on recalling the memories of last night. Wait, give me a second. Anyway, go back. I told my residence after 5 years. Kazusa sitting all alone with her arms around her knees, down in the studio where we had so many memories together. Even though the place wasn't supposed to be where she belonged, that place was all she had left at that time. Compared to the world that knows and wants her, I was in shock at how confined the world she knows and wants in comparison. She told me her true feelings for the first time since our reunion. She said that she continued having feelings for me these past 5 years. I couldn't bring myself to accept the painful and miserable truth about her feelings, even if they were very elating to me. I already have Setsuna, after all, which is why the only option for us is to break apart. We hurt each other so deeply that the day we couldn't maintain our relationship as neighbors anymore, which was already hanging on a thin thread. No, it's perhaps more accurate to say we were living together. That's why Kazusa is still in this apartment,
そろそろ起きて何か食ってくれ。いい加減タヌキ寝入りにも限界があるだろ。
Kazusa is still in this apartment, despite everything that's happened. He hasn't given up on being my neighbor. I guess it's better to say that I was the one who refused to let her go.
お前昼も結局何も食ってなかったじゃないか。もう熱下がってるんだし、本当は起きれるんだろ。
After all, there's no way I could let her go. She had a fever. Both of her hands are injured. Not to mention the fact that I can't get in touch with Yoko-san. She would never go to the hospital by herself either. So no matter how little sense this all makes, I had no choice but to do something right now.
いつまでもこのままってわけにもいかないだろう。食事もそうだけど、怪我の治療だって。
Even if that entails the fact that ever since I got home, I've been measuring her temperature with my hands, wiping off her sweat, and gazing intently at her face. Regardless, Kazusa has kept her eyes stubbornly closed, seemingly asleep.
口なんか聞けるわけないだろう。
カズさ。
I knew from the beginning that she was awake all along, because I could feel Kazusa's gaze every time I turned away from her. Painfully so.
私、お前に告白したんだぞ。思いっきり振られたんだぞ。
振ってなんか。
Really, man? In complete contrast to the cries coming from the innermost depths of her heart back then, the first thing Kazusa says in over a day is little more than a vigorous murmur.
玉砕した相手に面倒見られるなんて、拷問以外の何者でもないじゃないか。
Especially trying to prevent any anger or sadness from being infused in her voice. But those involuntary feelings are conveyed clearly through the smirking of her voice.
私を見るな。私をそんな優しい目で見ないでくれよ、春樹。
俺に構われるのが嫌だったらちゃんと起きろよ。
そしたらお前はいなくなるのか。私の前から永遠に消えてなくなるのか。
お前が望むなら。
Damn! No! Damn!
望まない。そんなの嫌だ。
なら食ってくれよ。包帯変えさせてくれよ。お前の面倒見させてくれよ。
それも嫌だ。今は絶対に嫌だ。帰ってくれ。私の部屋から出て行ってくれ。
でも飯と傷の手当てと本当は体温だって測りたいし。
うるさいよお前。本当にうざいよ。勘弁してくれよ。
カズさ。
However, when she tried to stop her emotions from appearing in her voice was only the beginning. For long, countless painful feelings seeped into the faint voice, stabbing at me. The thing that was hiding them was Kazusa's kindness. The thing that was exposed them was my inability to read the atmosphere. I returned to my room, turned off the light, and put myself under the bedsheet. But that didn't mean I could fall asleep. From what I felt from her forehead, her temperature was down. From what I can judge from treating her hands, her right hand hasn't experienced any suppuration. And the sprain on her left hand doesn't seem to be too serious either. I'm still a bit nervous of our additional concert a month from now. As far as her being able to continue playing the piano is concerned, there should be nothing to worry about. At least, as far as her physical health is concerned. As I repeatedly turned and tossed in bed, I feel an instinctive desire well up in me apart from the desire to sleep.
晩飯
Think of it. I didn't eat anything either. I wonder when all the curry is ever going to be fully eaten. But going over to the other apartment now at 3 a.m. to fetch a saucepan would be problematic, both on a personal and practical level. I curl up in the ball and hold my empty stomach. Then I put the sheet over my head and forcibly close my eyes. Both the curry and our discussion will have to wait until tomorrow. Her apartment wasn't closed by the chain today. It created a situation where only I can enter since I have a key. This isn't entirely safe from a security standpoint, but right now, I'm more happy that she has opened the door to her heart a little.
おやすみ
So good night, Kazusa. Tomorrow morning, I'll see if curry makes a good breakfast or not. So for now, I will make myself comfortable and let my consciousness fade. It seems I won't get to do that quite yet. It's been an hour since I left Kazusa's room as she was mothering in sadness. And now before me, as I once again appear in this room, lies a pitiful scene that makes me astonished that this is even the same place.
カレーのお姫様
こんなもの部屋に置いておくからだ。
Look at Curry's stained clothes. Even her hair is covered in thick curry. The pot, the plate, and their contents are all on the floor. The room is filled with the smell of 3-day-old mild curry.
これしばらく匂い落ちないぞ
こぼす前から部屋中に匂ってた。
どうしてこんなこと捨てようとしたのか
そんなことそんなもったいないことするわけないじゃないか。
え
部屋中に匂っててそのせいでどんどんお腹空いてきて。
そっか
When I fell from her forehead, her temperature was down. So there would be nothing strange about her appetite returning to her. In fact, that would be a good thing.
だからその鍋をテーブルに持ってこうとして。
So, I would have been happier if she understood the state her hands are in.
こんなにぐるぐる巻きにしやがって。お前はいつも大丈夫大丈夫って言うけど。
ああわかったわかったとりあえず俺が片付けておくからカズサは風呂行って体洗って着替えて
どうやって。
Oh man, you forgot something about her hands, bro. You just forgot about it, huh? Saying that, Kazusa shows me her originally white but now yellow bandage with a spiteful glare.
だからお前は穴だらけだって言うんだ。
I gotta be ready for the censor image. Just ask some things I can't stream, man. Oh yeah, I can't show that. We're gonna go through this scene, then we'll go back.
なあ本当にいいのかよ
何を言ってるんだ今さら。いいも悪いもこれしか選択肢がないだろ。
絶対に少しは目に入るぞ隠しきれるもんじゃないぞ
別に隠すつもりなんかない。
逆に困るよ
そんなに見たくないのか。
そうじゃないから困るって言ってんのに
5年前とっくに全部見られてる。今さらだ。早くしろ。風呂までカレー臭くなるだろ。
じゃあやるぞ
Alright, contacts. Araki doesn't want to see her naked, but you know, Kazusa is being like, but you already saw me naked 5 years ago. You might as well just, you know.
やっちゃうぞ
しつこい。
Bro, just do it, man. I put 3 times as much shampoo as usual in my hand. and rub it against the spicy black hair in front of me. Obviously, I can't work on her hair like a hairstylist, with my eyes either closed or averted. In other words, Kazusa's white back is right before my...
もうちょっと強くやってもいい。いつもそんなに気を使ってるわけじゃないし。
わかった。
Inside the bathroom, where everything we say comes with an echo, the only sound that can be heard is that of my finger rubbing against her hair. As someone who knew either of us saw this, they certainly faded the sight. The only thing Kazusa is wearing are the bandages on both her hands. And since both her hands are incapable right now, I had to undress her with the exception of her underwear. Kazusa never laughed at me as I desperately tried to close and avert my eyes in the dressing room. But she made sure to make things difficult for me as possible.
ある意味、怪我の巧妙かもな。
そうか。
2日も風呂に入ってなかったから、髪も肌もベタついてたし。
Bro, she hasn't taken a bath in 2 days. Holy shit! What the fuck, Kazusa? What the fuck?
肌って。
Am I supposed to wash her there too?
こんな汚い私、お前に見られたくなかったんだ。
な。
Is that why she never faced me all day? She never took a bath for 2 days straight, man. I can totally understand. Why? Does that mean she'll show me everything? As long as she looks good? And that she'll even allow me to wash her? Is she more ashamed about having me know that her skin is dirty than she is about having her skin exposed in the first place? And does that mean that in your eyes, I'm...
気持ちいい。頭がだよ。何ビビってんだよ。
ごめん。
この臆病者。ただ私を嫌悪してるだけか。
ふざけたこと。
そのくらい強いのがいい。もっとゴシゴシやってくれ。
My fingers are covered in the layer of Kazusa's black hair. Wait, let me close this door. My fingers are covered in the layer of Kazusa's black hair. They twine around me as if binding me to her. I know that I'm just overthinking it. I know that I'm making a large leap in logic. And I can't deny the possibility that it is a desire very deep in my heart.
春樹、
なんだよ。
私が昨夜言ったこと忘れてくれ。
Forget what I said last night. What she said. Last night.
今だけでいいんだ。
Oh, this.
今だけ私を愛してくれればいい。私を抱きしめて求めて甘い言葉をささやいて。
Far too much happened for me to forget. Not to mention the intensity of what happened.
あれは全部デタラメだ。熱に浮かされてたんだ。
Kazusa. That was all nonsense. I was being delirious.
わかってるよ。そんなこと。
Haruki, I understand that already. Those words were powerful enough for me to remember them for a lifetime. Telling me to forget them in a mere 2 days would be
わ
unbearable.
かってる。だって。
Kazusa, you understand? Hearing the vague response I made at the end of my anguish.
わかってない。お前全然わかってないよ。
Kazusa, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. Haruki, huh? There's no way Kazusa would overlook it.
熱に浮かされてる時に嘘なんか言うわけないだろ。デタラメなんか作れるわけないだろ。
Kazusa, I will never lie during a delirium. And I could never make up nonsense during one.
カズさ。
Because she's an idiot who etches every word and every action of mine into her mind.
私の強がりを適当に流すな。額面通りに受け取るな。
Kazusa,
泣きそうになるじゃないかよ。
Kazusa, don't let my bluff slip by. Don't take it at face value. It makes me want to cry.
ごめん。
While murmuring her complaints, Kazusa's voice had already grown tearful. The white shoulders in front of me start to shake, but I'm not allowed to put my hands on them.
うざいだろ私
Kazusa, I'm annoying, aren't I?
そんなわけないって。
Haruki, that's not true.
振られたのに捨てられたのにこんなに依存して私って痛いだろ死んじまえってレベルだろ
Kazusa, I was rejected. I was discarded. Yet, I'm still just relying on you. I'm so overbearing, aren't I? Enough to make you wish I was dead, right?
うざいのも痛いのも俺の先輩特許だろ。お前ごときが俺を超えるなんて10年早いんだよ。
Being annoying and overbearing is my specialty, isn't it? You're 10 years too early to surpass me in that regard.
そんな中途半端な年数言うな10年くらい全然大したことないじゃないか
Don't pick a half-baked number like that. 10 years is nothing at all.
100年早いんだよ。
You're 100 years too early. That's right. These past 5 years apart might as well not have happened. We might actually be able to overcome 10 years with ease. Okay, looks like we're back. Alright. Probably remove this now.
ほら、これでも食ってろ。
おう
After watching Kazusa's hair, I used up more courage and self-restraint than ever before as I washed her body. Smooth curves and sudden changes in elevation. I felt through the sponge change my tolerance rate a great deal. I managed to close both my eyes and my mind. It made it through without an incident.
時間と具がなかったから塩結びだけど、文句は言うに決まってるか。でも我慢しろ。
うん
Once we got out of the bath, I had to clean up the disastrous state of the room and deal with the root behind it all. To put it more specifically, cleaning up the floor and preparing a late night snack for
ちょ
Kazusa.
っとバタバタするけど、それも我慢しろ。いつまでもカレーまみれの部屋にいたくないだろ。
春樹は腹空いてないのか
ああ、なるべくなら2個くらい残しといてくれ。掃除が終わったら食べるから。
うん
I'll clean up the pieces of the shattered plate, wipe the curry again using the kitchen towel, and then I use a cleaning agent to try to wipe the stains away. So I turn on the ventilation fan and open the window a bit. The whole room is filled with the cold winter air. But right now there is no choice but to bear with that.
お前さ、腹減ったんなら俺を呼べよ。
温めるだけだから大丈夫だと思ったんだよ
そりゃ両手を怪我してなかったらな。
As both the plate and curry are quickly picked up and wiped away, the floor returns to its usual pretty state.
普段でさえ役立たずなのに、今のお前は赤ん坊といい勝負なんだから、それくらいちゃんと自覚しといてくれよな。
ひどいこと言うんだな
夜中に叩き起こすところなんか0歳児まんまだろ。
別にわざとじゃ
グダグダ言ってないで早く食えよ。腹減ってたんだろ。
I wiped it one last time with the kitchen paper and spray deodorant around the whole room, which marks the end of my temporary emergency measures. In truth, I want to pull out the vacuum cleaner too, but it's in the middle of the night, so I'll have to do that tomorrow.
なんだよ。やっぱりおかずがないと食べられないっていうのか。
I glance toward Kazusa as I wipe the floor and see that she hasn't eaten a single one of the onigiri on her plate.
包帯取り替えたいから早く済ませてほしいんだけどな。
And then, as if ignoring my complaint, Kazusa reacts in the usual way, returning in the other direction.
赤ん坊並みだなんて言って悪かったって謝ればいいのか。
He's sulking again. Seriously, what a pain.
カレーひっくり返すくらい腹減ってたんだろ。早く食ってぐっすり寝ろよ。
わざとひっくり返したわけじゃない それに食べたくないわけでもない。
じゃあ何？
この手じゃ食べられない。
Yeah, of course.
左手ならなんとかなるだろう。そっちは手首にしか包帯巻いてないし。
I mean, come on. Take a hint. Oh, no, he probably knows, but. Nah, he's not gonna hurt a bone. If you know what I mean. For some reason, that really made her angry.
お前何言ってるんだ？
何って何？
両手使うなってしつこく命令したの春樹じゃないか。私はその言いつけをきっちり守ってるだけだ。
けどおにぎりくらい軽いものなら。
とにかく私はやらない。手だけは無茶するわけにはいかない。
その考え方を昨べにも発揮してくれたら、俺はこうして気を使わなくて。
Scenes that made her even angrier. As usual, the intensity of her glare is leagues above anyone else's.
どうして今になってそんなわがまま言うんだよ。さっきまでカレーを一人で食おうとしてたやつが。
さっきカレーを一人で食べようとして、その行為を全否定されたからだ。
And their stubbornness is leagues above anyone else's as well. But for the most part, when she picks up that attitude,
なんだよ。あんしてくれなきゃ食べないとでも言うつもりか？おい。
it's not like she's not angry, but there's a more prominent feeling within her too. That's why she's looking at me with the upturned eyes right
お
now.
前さっき言ったよな。今の私は赤ん坊だって。
カズさ。
そのことを自覚しろって。何かあったら俺を呼べって。
I'll be right back. My eyes are for some reason scratching it. In the...
いや、だからちゃんとお前でも食べられるように。
もういい。寝る。そして飢え死ぬ。
カズさ、お前いい加減に。
Then her expression shifts to a second different one. To a second different one. Something's moving in her upturned eyes.
言えよ。
カズさ。
いい加減にしろって。言えよ。もう面倒見きれないって言ってくれよ。
And immediately afterward, she lets out her third expression. And what was spooling in her eyes now is falling to the floor. It's staining the floor that I just cleaned up.
捨てるんだよ。お前がはっきり告げるんだよ。私に。夕べみたいに。さあ。
When things come to this, I have no way of fighting back.
お茶はいいか？
So much bait.
一口だけ。
よし。
The right hand is a half-eaten onigiri, and the left hand is a half-empty cup of tea. And those hands, of course, belong to me.
もう一個
俺も腹減ってるんだけど。
勝手に食べればいいだろ。別に全部よこせなんて言ってない。
それはそうだけど。
もう一個。
分かってるって。
Just like a baby, man. What the fuck? My hands occupied like this, I can't eat my own portion, but nothing can be done about that. I have no choice but to become Kazusa's hands for
う
now.
まいか。
しょっぱい。私を高血圧で殺す気か。
高血圧は直接の死因にはならないぞ。正しく非難するなら、そこから派生する病名を言うべきだ。脳卒中とか心筋梗塞とか。
Whining is so predictable.
なんて予想通りのへりくつだ。お前つまんないよ。
悪かったな。
Everything about this is so predictable, and my heart can't endure it.
つまんない上にバカだ。大バカだ。捨てた犬にまだ餌をやり続けるなんて。
This is the first time she does that analogy about calling herself a dog. I really can't remember. But I really can't remember, but this is a very important line.
カズさ。
そんなことされたら余計懐くに決まってるじゃないか。何考えてるんだよ、お前。
I wonder if the salty taste is caused by the salt
で
alone.
も、お前が食べられないって。
犬が口を開けるのは仕方ないことだろう。飼い主がしつけなきゃダメだろ。
無茶言うなよ。
You've never been my pet, and you've never been mine. Not even once. I tell her those feelings within me. I'm sure she'll be outdone because this is a much more powerful feeling.
もっと。
ほら。
That's why I can only attract her by passing the time in a peaceful way right now. Without any conclusions, without any resolve, still loving her and still unable to love her.
春樹。
もう一個行くか。
That's why, right now, I grab the last onigiri just as Kazusa urges me to. So that we can divide it and eat it together. Just like the last one that disappeared into my mouth.
そこをなんとか。連絡だけでも取れないでしょうか。
いえ、ですから何度聞かれても知らないことは答えようが。
It's almost been a week since the concert. Ever since that day, I've been unable to find anyone who can tell me where Toma Yoko is. No matter how defendable the source is, not even her own company.
決してご迷惑はおかけしません。海王社の北原と告げていただければ、社長さんも納得いただけるはずです。
ですね、北原さん。私もこうして何度もお話しさせていただいているので、あなたが信頼のおける方だというのは分かっています。
ありがとうございます。
ですが現在、弊社としてもトーマと連絡が取れない状態でして、実際困ってるんです。
そうなんですか。
Judging from what this employee is saying, something like this would concern the survival of her very company. But I can't sense any nervousness from her tone. That's why I'm not sure if her answer is true, or if it's some organized plan they're all in one.
大変申し訳ありませんが、そういうことですので。
Seriously, where is Yoko-san? Is she aware that of the state of her precious daughter is in, or how much she needs her mother right now? Or perhaps she thinks that everything will be fine as long as she leaves everything to me. Does she still have that kind of careless attitude, even when the situation has changed so drastically?
わかりました。残念です。
お力になれず。
いえ、仕方ないです。上総さんからぜひ会いたいとことづかってたんですが、やっぱり無理ですか。
That's a shame, really. I hope to get through this without resorting to dirty tactics.
ちょっと待ってください。
それでは失礼します。もしも社長さんに連絡取れましたら北原の方に。
だからちょっと切っちゃダメではなくお待ちください。
ですがこれ以上お手数をおかけするのも。
Oh man, Harugu's really going for the dirty tactics here.
いえ、今度はこちらから質問なんですが。
ああ、アンサンブルの記事チェックの件でしょうか。それでしたら週明けには。
弊社の東間和沙と連絡を取ったんですか？いつ？
ああ、直接コンタクトを取るのは問題ありましたでしょうか。ですが最初の顔合わせの時には。
いえ、そういう話じゃなくて、彼女の居場所知ってるんですか？
あれ、おかしいな。つい先ほど滞在先に伺ってきたばかりなんですが。
どこです滞在先って？彼女は無事なんでしょうか？怪我の具合は？
どうしてそちらで把握してないんです？連絡行ってるんじゃないんですか？それは
Well, they're perfectly willing to acknowledge Toma Yoko as missing. They're reacting differently to the more significant disappearance of Toma Kazusa.
ですね、北原さん。実は私困ってるんですよ。
ええ、私も困ってます。
What a dirty tactic. In other words, the lackluster reaction toward the other missing person, Toma Yoko, suggests
そちらに社長からの連絡が行けば、こちらに東間和沙から連絡が入るということでよろしいでしょうか？
起点の効いた対応感謝いたします。
you like a kidnapper.
北原くん聞いたよ。アンサンブルの増刊作ることになったんだって。
After finishing a task that may or may not be related to my actual work, I am greeted by an onlooker by the name of Suzuki-san, who was waiting for me to finish the call.
作るのはヘンプロですよ。俺はお手伝いみたいなもので。
私の聞いた話じゃほとんど一人で作ってるってことだったけど、記事書いて写真撮って編集して印刷して営業して。
どこの同人誌ですか？
However, I can't say that I don't feel somewhat unsettled by the fact that I'm in charge of over half of this project. This certainly is outside the normal process of a major publisher, more like an idea a minor publisher would come up with.
単に作業量が多いだけですよ。基本的にはヘンプロの人たちにフォローしてもらうし、編集長も全面監修してくれるって。
それでもあれだよ、それ。
どれですか？
入社1年目にして編集後期の一番最初に名前が出るんだよ。
誰もそんなところ注目しませんって。
何言ってるの。まっちゃん大ショックだよ。彼も3年目なのに3番手から上に上がったことないんだよ。
鈴木さんも2番手から上がったことありませんよね。
というか本人の目の前で煽らないでください。
だって本人の目の前でないと陰口になっちゃうじゃん。私そういう演出なの嫌だな。
だからって面と向かっていじめられてもちっとも嬉しくないんですけど。
The Toma Kazusa special issue that was originally supposed to be Ensemble's main article, but at some point it turned into a special issue boasting over 100 pages. And now I'm receiving help from the professionals. This is pretty much a magazine of its own. Though it's worth celebrating because this is the first big project I've taken part in. The deadline is the end of February. The release will be in the beginning of March. A rather tight deadline established in order to not miss out on the Toma Kazusa craze.
私のおかげだな。
まあそれは否定しない。
Right now, the woman at the cover is making fun of me right into my face. She made me wash her hair and body just earlier. Then she described the curry I made again for her as terrible after all. Right now, she's making me change her bandages.
お前が初めて作る本がよりにもよって私の特集号なんてな。
I like how smug she is.
東間和沙と同級生だからって以外に俺が任される理由がないからな。
The swelling on her left hand is mostly gone, so I just left her her wrist supporter on. I'm now disinfecting the wound on her right
バイ
hand.
トから正社員になれたのだってお前が国際コンクールで準優勝した時の記事が認められたから。 ほら動くな。
そっちこそもっと優しくしろ。
我慢しろ。自業自得だろ。
She relies on me for everything, and her attitude goes beyond just complaining. The spoiled Kazusa is back. The selfish Kazusa is back. Her vigor has come back to life.
ひどい言い草だな、大恩人に対して。
そこまで言うか。
さっきまでの話を聞いてたら、編集者としてのお前はどう考えても私に育てられたみたいなもんじゃないか。
違うね。そんなのはきっかけだ。
じゃあお前は自分が出版社に就職できたのも一発の編集者気取りができるのも全部自分の実力だっていうつもりか？
それも違うな。俺を引っ張り上げてくれたある人のおかげだよ。
ある人？
Feeling happy that Kazusa is starting to go back to normal, I counted her complaints like
バ
usual.
イトの頃俺の面倒を見てくれた先輩がいてさ、その人がお前の記事を任せてくれて、俺を編集部に推薦までしてくれた。
Kazusa was hoping for she was hoping that was her, but And as I do that, I begin to talk about
ま
myself.
だ若いのにものすごく有能で、しかも厳しくて。
Think of it. In the past, didn't Kazusa call me annoying because of this
つ
habit?
いでにかっこよくて颯爽としてて、しかもものすごい美人だった。
女なのか？
It's over. It's over, Kazusa.
今はアメリカの子会社に赴任してるけどさ、いずれは編集長になって戻ってくるってもっぱらの噂で。
If I remember correctly, the thing that annoyed her the most
好
was
きだったのか？
お前な、見境なく嫉妬するなよ。
I love that's her first question, man. You felt threatened automatically.
悪いかよ。
冗談だったのに。
冗談で済むか？
Looking back, maybe that really was the reason. When I was talking about myself, there was a moment when Kazusa looked particularly
お
annoyed.
前の口から私の知らない女の話聞かされて冷静でいられるわけなんかないだろ。
とにかく一度でいいから彼女が歌ってるところを見てほしいんだ。
He never
絶
learned,
対
man.
認識が変わるから。
That was when I talked about Setsuna, the girl she didn't know back then.
そういえば喋り方とか身のこなしとかちょっとお前に似てたかな。
私の面影を重ねたりしたか？
He actually does think that. Wait, does that mean
私に似てたから憧れたのか？
is this some cope? Is this some cope? Is this a cope question? What the fuck? Asuda must have felt conscious about me pretty early on, right?
確かに憧れてたけど、別にお前に似てたからってわけじゃなかったよ。
ふざけるな。
I'm not giving you a burn.
力入れるな。傷が開いたらどうすんだ。
うるさい。
And then, with her hand free from her bandages for the first time in a while, she comes at my hand with her nails.
話せよ。包帯負けないだろ。
知るか？
It's not just her nails. Even her fingernails feel hard as rock. This part of her body alone is completely lacking in femininity. I mean, she's a pianist, so. But that's precisely why they're so precious. I had no choice but to wash those fingertips into the back of my hand.
可能するぞ。腐りきって手首からポトッと落ちるぞ。
別にそうなったらなった時だ。
I like how angry he is right now. No matter how much I joke around, Kazusa will only respond in dead seriousness right now. This situation is almost identical to the time of our reunion. But Kazusa is almost like a completely different person from back then. Perhaps, in a sense, he has transformed into the real Toma Kazusa.
商売道具失ってどうやって生きていくつもりだ。
お前には関係ないだろ。
本当にこんなバカとは思いもしなかった。
That's why I had no choice but to respond to her in a tasteless and ugly manner.
バカだと思うか？
当たり前だろ。お前のこの両手はもうお前だけのものじゃ。
私にとっては両手よりも大事なものがあるって言ったら。
Oh, oh shit. I remember how this is about near the end of the route, man. Anyway. Because her attitude is so half-assed, I had no choice but to accept any fireball she throws at me. My only response was that my heart skipped a beat and it was difficult for me to breathe.
本当に気づいてくれてなかったのか？私全然隠せてないと思ってたんだけどな。
思い込みだよ。記憶を美化しすぎてんだよ。5年ぶりに会ったせいで勘違いで盛り上がってるだけだ。お互い。
お前も盛り上がってるのか
？Putting all her power to her pitch, not worrying about appearances, she manages to catch me off guard using my own words against me.
すぐ忘れるって。少し時間が経って落ち着いたら、俺程度の男のことなんか。
Maho no toki. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. No, fuck that. Magical time? None of that bullshit, bro.
5年忘れられなかったやつのことを数日間でどうやって忘れるって言うんだ？
カズさ。
何度も言ってるだろ。そんなに忘れてほしいのならお前から行動すればいいんだ。
There's no room for doubt anymore. Right now, Kazusa is unquestionably a woman in my eye.
お前が私に大嫌いだって言ってくれたら。
やめろ。
二度と顔も見たくないってケラケラ笑いながら見下してくれたら。
やめろ。やめろよ。
そしたらさ、もしかして忘れられるかもしれないけどな。
いい加減にしてくれ。そんなの想像するのも嫌だ。
No matter how much I try to escape with my words, I can't let go of the hand I'm holding.
春樹、お前はひどい男だ。刹那にも私にもひどい男だよ。
At some point, Kazusa's fingers entwine around mine, but I can do nothing but pretend not to notice. That damn son.
そういうの優しいなんて言わないんだぞ。ただの男のわがままでしかないんだぞ。
分かってる。分かってるよ。
I can't even grasp back at the fingers entwining around mine. Even if she puts her other hand over them, even if she then rests her forehead on my hands.
かっこしいで何もかも手に入れたがって自分をいい人間だと思わせたいだけの上辺だけの最低の人間だぞ。
俺が最低なのは最初から分かってる。だから嫌われても仕方ない。
そうやって相手の心変わりに期待するところが最低だって言ってるんだ。お前は最低だ、春樹。だから意地でも嫌ってなんかやるものか。
Even if I feel the warm, soft sensation of her lips on the back of my hands. Oh shit, I thought there was gonna be a second sentence.
はい、北原です。はい。はい。いえ、とんでもない。ご無沙汰してます。陽子さん。
Damn, Yahoo's back in the story. Holy shit.
みよこさん、怒ってるだろうな。
そりゃ当たり前だろ。
Next morning, once I told Kazusa that I had gone out of my way to contact her office, she started complaining a lot, as expected. Once I finally told her that it's about time she stopped by the office, she started grumbling, which made me an hour late for work.
なあ、なんて言い訳すればいいと思う？
まあ正直に話すしかないだろうな。誠意を見せれば向こうだって。
男に捨てられたショックで何も手につかなかったって？
おい。
So, I'm actually still in the middle of being late for work right now.
お前が正直に話せって言うからだ。それが私の真実なんだから。
そこまでぶっちゃける必要ないだろう。だいたいお前最初は熱出してたんだから、素直に病気で寝込んでたって言えば。
熱出したのも怪我したのも寝込んだのも全部お前がコンサートに来なかったから。
ああ、わかったわかった。俺が全部悪うございました。
Give me a second.
こら、ちゃんとまっすぐ通せよ。お前へったくそだな。
スタイリストと比べられても困る。
Kazusa's beautiful long hair slips through my brush. Just by lifting a single strand of hair, I could see the sunlight reflecting in it, and like water, it flows smoothly down my palm. A work of art whose particularity that it has no particularity. If someone asked me what the greatest accomplishment of the greatest pianist Tokuyoko is, I'd undoubtedly pick his hair and the woman it's attached to. Oh man.
だいたい顔出したって何も話すことなんかない。
追加公演どうすんだよ。
どうしようかな。何しろ今は弾けるイメージが全く浮かばないからな。
プロの自覚あるのかよ、お前。
I wonder what her fans would think they heard her say that. This fickle genius, whose ability and determination are completely disproportionate. I can feel anything but the deepest sympathy toward the people who found themselves charmed by this irresponsible pianist. Includes me.
去年のクリスマスまではあったよ。私にはもうピアノしかないって、そう自分に言い聞かせてた。だからこうしてピアノで金取れるようになったんだ。毎日10時間、全然サボってなかった。歯を食いしばって頑張ってたんだよ。
ごめん。
そこじゃない。お前が謝るのはこの次のセリフの後だ。
In other words, this person is the young and energetic pianist Toma Kazusa. She's the delinquent girl in Class 3A of Hojo High, for whom being late and sleeping in class is something natural. The girl is 5 years behind the behinds, still struggling against society. I couldn't see through her exterior. I simply saw her as my crush. I never knew that the girl of back then was so fixated on me.
今の私にはもう日本で弾く理由がない。今さら追加公演なんて言われてもピンとこないよ。
なんでそんなこと言うんだよ。本心じゃないくせに無理に投げやりになるなよ。
春樹には関係ないだろ。私のことなんか何も関係ないだろ。
Yeah.
何度言わせるんだ。ピアノと俺を天秤にかけるな。 あまりにも釣り合わなすぎだろ。
お前こそ何度言わせるんだ。それを判断するのは私だ。お前じゃない。
カズサ。
お前の価値をお前ごときが決めていいわけないだろ。私を受け入れられないんなら黙ってろ。
視野狭すぎるだろ。世界小さすぎるだろ。
こんな何にも興味を持たない人間のピアノをさ、未だにありがたがっている人たちがいる。みんな目を覚ましてくれよ。私なんてこんなヘボなんだぞ。見に来る価値なんかないんだぞ。
Seriously, what an immature person. 5 years have passed, and she has entered adulthood. Yet, for some reason, she has only become more and more like an unmanageable child. How did this immature person ever manage to express herself so well? It really is a mockery of art.
あとは一人で行けるな。
Towa Yoko Office PLC is around a 10-minute walk from Nishi Ojoko Station. It's located on the third floor of a rather small building. The office is a bit underwhelming considering who it belongs to. But since their actual base of operations is overseas, this shouldn't be much of a hindrance. Apparently, Kudo-san is the only employee working there on a regular basis, routinely managing any domestic affairs. In other words, her job left her with a lot of free time until last year. However, these past few months, I'm sure she has been overwhelmingly busy. In fact, she had even picked up the phone in seconds when I called her in the middle of the night.
カズサ。
And the moment we reached the building, Kazusa's feet glued to the ground for a good 5 minutes. She was a bit more confident about this when she was first called to the faculty room.
やっぱり中まで着きそうか。
行くよ。一人で叱られてくる。
そっか。
もしかしたらクビかもしれない。でもって損害賠償の裁判を起こされて。
I love her. I love her exaggeration, man.
そんなわけないから。とにかくドアを開けたらすぐに頭下げろ。で、大きな声で謝れ。
When Kazusa turned on her phone for the first time in days this morning, the amount of missed calls from her office exceeded 3 digits. In the end, the bombardment of missed calls was a decisive blow that made Kazusa come here. Even now, these very bombardments of missed calls is what's making Kazusa unable to move forward.
なあ、春樹。もし私がクビになったらさ、
A little bit concerned, honestly.
私の居場所がどこにもなくなったらさ。
今日さ、ちょっと遅くなる。夕方から人に会う約束してるんだ。帰り何時になるかわからない。
そうかよ。
Her bitter reply is probably not because of me coming home late, but because I interrupted what she was about to say. She was able to grasp the fact that they didn't want to listen to the rest of what she had to say, and that I consequently ran away from those words.
それでさ、晩飯なんだけど。
刹那だろ。
それは
週末に恋人に会うのは当たり前だろ。何隠そうとしてんだよ、バカバカし。
Kazusa's anger seemed to run pretty deep. She's not only sulking, but is even firing back at me with good precision.
必ず日が変わる前には帰る。ちゃんと飯作るからおとなしく待っててくれ。
いいよ別に。泊まってきてもさ。なんなら私が部屋開けようか。
ちゃんと帰るって。
たまには一人の夜があってもいいよ。お前がいなければ思う存分泣けるから。
Fucking words, man.
だからそういうこと言うなって言ってんだよ。
And like that, Her attack against me ended up dealing twice the damage to herself. I bear witness their spectacular self-destruction. This is precisely why I can't leave her alone by herself.
必ず今日中に帰る。何があろうと絶対に電話する。だから待ってろ。
春樹。
それじゃあしっかり謝るんだぞ。あと追加公演のことは態度を保留していい。また今晩にでもゆっくり考えよう。うん。じゃあな。また夜に。
When she took a step back, and even when she turned around, Kazusa's uneasy gaze did not look away from me. In truth, I really didn't want to go with her. I'm so worried I can't bring myself to take my eyes off her. But even so, I had to do it today. It's for Kazusa's sake as well.
刹那だろどうせ
Kazusa's guess was half right, but also half wrong. Normally I would meet up with Setsuna during the usual time and the usual place tonight. But I wasn't at a loss for words because she had guessed that I was meeting with Setsuna. I was relieved that she didn't realize that it was someone else.
おはようございます。北原です。
I can't carry Kazusa's burden alone anymore. The idea that I should carry it was mistaken in the first place. Because I rejected Kazusa. I'm the one who hurt her more than anyone in the world. I'm the worst offender in the world.
はい。カズサなら今事務所に入っていきました。それで俺はどちらに伺えばいいんですか、陽子さん。
That's why I need to rely on the person Kazusa needs more than anyone.
末継なんだ、近所まで来てるんですか。はい。はい。
The person who has watched her over the past 5 years, and by extension also the past 20 years. The person that understands her the most.
もう一度言ってください。
The only person in the world right now who can support her moving
ど
forward.
こですって。ああ、せつな。俺、今夜だけど、悪い。ダメになった。急に夜遅くに打ち合わせが入って。ああ、明日はそっちに顔出せると思う。けど、今夜は、本当にごめんな。よ。
Our first meeting after a dozen or so hours happened in front of Minami Suiketsu Station, 5 minutes away from our apartment.
なんでお前が先にいるんだ。今日は何時になるかわからないって。
だってもう10時だ。
More likely, after seeing me wave to her with a tired expression on my face, Kazusa accepted it with a bit of astonishment.
何時から。
さっき着いたばかりだよ。
本当に。
嘘つく理由も待ってる理由もないだろ。
What an outright lie. I'm sure Kazusa would see through me straight away if she touched my ice cold hands. After all, I came to this place a mere 2 hours ago. Oh my god! I first returned to my apartment, and after ascertaining that Kazusa wasn't home yet, I turned back and come straight
じ
here.
ゃあ帰ろうか。腹減っただろ。
まあな。お前に絶対外で食べるなって命令されたから。
簡単なものでいいよな。空腹が最高のスパイスだよな。
Like spice. And all that, so I could spend 5 minutes longer with Kazusa.
それじゃ
ああ、決めた。っていうか、最初から決めてたんだけどな。
そっか。そっか。
Apparently, Kazusa bowed her head and apologized the moment she opened the door, just like I told her to. After that, Kazusa's worry was proven long, and my prediction was proven right. Not only did she not get fired, but Kudo-san was so worried that she cried, which made Kazusa feel more guilty about her than me. After that, they talked about all sorts of things for hours. She made decisions about her future with her own will. She talked about how she'll resume practice immediately after her injury heals, and that the additional concert will proceed as planned.
きっとひどいことになると思う。練習不足だし、 モチベーション最悪だし。
Motivation.
それは
From Kazusa's perspective, and from the perspective of someone looking at this objectively, this is all my fault as a matter of fact. Because a certain person said the exact same thing, setting aside whether they were being objective or
け
not.
どそれが今の私の本当の実力だ。ちゃんと受け止めるよ。
カズサ。
Until yesterday, no. Wherever we two were alone, Kazusa kept pouring out every emotion in her heart. When she was thrown out of the narrow world where only she and I exist, she did her best, and her splendidly managed to make herself appear as someone grand.
正直まだ気持ちは全然整理できてない。
Seeing Kazusa like that made the thought flash across my mind. Perhaps having me around isn't actually the best thing for Kazusa.
けどやっぱり今の私は周囲の人たちにあまりにも迷惑をかけすぎてる。
Perhaps all my actions are motivated by self-satisfaction. Perhaps Kazusa really is fine on her own now.
美代子さん、コンサート関係のスタッフ、私で稼ごうとする酔狂なスポンサー、もっと酔狂な私のピアノを聴きに来る人たち。
Perhaps the feeling of loneliness welling up in my heart is the primary and only reason I can't let go of Kazusa.
それから刹那、
Perhaps I'm doing the wrong thing. Perhaps I'm only making Kazusa suffer for nothing in the mere pursuit of finding peace in my heart. However,
母さんと春樹には申し訳ないなんて思ってないぞ。だっておあいこだからな。
陽子さんは
今だってのんきに温泉行ってるんだぞ。相変わらず娘のことほったらかしてさ。
oh man, she doesn't know yet, man. Holy shit. More likely, the reason Kazusa interrupted me is because she thought I was about to tell Yoko-san.
ま、いいけどさ、あの人には倍にして返してもらう。これからも散々迷惑かけてやるんだ。
She's not wrong in a sense. But right now, it's impossible for Kazusa to perceive my intention 100%.
なあ、カズサ。
なんだよ。
お前が母親を愛してるのは分かってるけどさ、それでも陽子さんだけに負担をかけるのは。
仕方ないだろ。今までの私の世界、半分滅んだんだから。
だからさ、いい加減もっと視野を広げてさ。
And right now, it's impossible for me to convey my intention to Kazusa 100%.
陽子さんだけじゃなく、スタッフや友達や、それにファンだって、お前のこと好きな人たちたくさんいるんだからさ。
That's why right now, I can't utter anything but laughable truisms.
向こうが私に期待するのは勝手だけどさ、別に私が期待することは何もないよ。
そんな寂しいこと言わないでさ。工藤さんなんかいい人じゃん。それに柴田さん夫婦だって。
美代子さんも柴田さんも好きだけど、コンサートが終わったらもう二度と会うことはないから。
ならさ、ウィーンにだってお前のことを好きでいる人は。
私に指図するな。私を日本にいられなくしたやつが。
Not only is my truism laughable, it is also only managed to hurt Kazusa.
お前なんかに何がわかる。私と東間陽子は私がこの世に生まれる前から繋がってるんだ。
Oh man, the bait build up here, man. Despite that, Kazusa persists.
私の進むべき道は東間陽子が示してくれる。子供の頃からずっとそうやってきたんだ。
Even in a situation where she would have broken down crying normally, she glares at me intently from the side and rejects my reasoning with a harsh tone.
確かに一時期お互いがお互いを見失ったこともあったけど、それだって相手を思った末のすれ違いだった。そう教えてくれたのは お前だったよな。
Even when she rejects my words, she also affirms them. Even when she acts strong, she relies on me. Even though I can't be allowed to feel happy about the tendency of Kazusa, I can't stop those feelings from welling up in my chest.
だから私はこれからもあの人と歩いてく。そしていつか超えてやる。だって私にとって當真陽子は目標で、先生で、ライバルで、全てなんだから。
I can still remember the day I first started to say that. Right before the school festival in the Homa residence basement studio. Kazusa became delirious with fever, and I seem to remember her telling me things she would never have said normally.
昔に戻っただけだよ。ただそれだけだ。
It's been 5 years since then.
だからさ。
And as expected, the only person Kazusa can open her heart to right now is me.
今度こそさ。
カズサ。
Kazusa did her best. She endured as much as she could. And now, as she has done her utmost effort,
もうここにいたって仕方ないんだ。
what am I supposed to do?
お前につけられた傷をお前に治療してもらったって治るわけないんだ。
Even if she managed to hide it until the concert, what about after the concert?
それどころか次から次へと新しい傷ができるだけだ。お前に優しくされるたびに増えていくんだ。
Can I really set this woman aside?
だからもうさっさと日本公演を終わらせてウィーンに帰るんだ。
Can I let her go? Can I leave her alone?
北原病院から退院するんだ。自宅療養でゆっくり時間をかけて治すんだ。お前みたいな悪い男に惑わされることのないいつも通りの平和な生活に戻るんだ。
カズサ。
春樹。
She was making her brave statement right now, and then she was caught off guard. Can I abandon this woman?
頑張れ。頑張れ。カズサ。頑張れ。
There's something suspicious about Haruki doing that, right? She would get that there's something going on.
やめてくれよ。こんなことされると後が辛いよ。
今度こそリベンジだ。お前の凄さを日本中に見せつけてやれ。
きついよこんなの。生殺しだよ。
友達を励まして何が悪い。
My friend?
何が悪いって言うんだよ。
だって私全然諦められてないんだぞ。
I put my arm around Kazusa's shoulders.
今は普段通りに振る舞えてるけど一人になると泣けてくるんだぞ。
Having her body forcefully pulled into my chest, Kazusa twists around in resistance. But the force she puts into the resistance isn't her whole strength. Kazusa's indecision and her slight happiness is conveyed to me. That's why I don't falter at the sound of Kazusa crying, gradually put more strength into my arm.
それに誰かに見られたらどうすんだよ。
別にどうもしない。
Wow. Wow.
刹那に見られたらどうすんだよ。
どうもしないって言ってるだろ。こんなの隠す気もない。
Wow. Really now, my son.
春樹。
The thing Kazusa is worried about is completely irrelevant to me right now. Because we're outside. It's precisely because that's a chance someone might see us that I can touch Kazusa like this. if we returned to my apartment with just the two of us, if I knew that no one could question my actions, I would have been able to stop myself.
お前は本当にひどいやつだ。
かもな。
やっぱダメだ。
Kazusa's resistance melts away.
振られたのに脈はないって思い知らされたのに。
The force within her that tried to get away from me flips around. It is used to press her body against my chest.
なのにこうしてお前に抱きしめられると嬉しい気持ちを抑えられなくなる。
The happiness she concealed inside bursts
お
open.
前に甘えて強がって舞い上がってこんなにも痛い女になってしまう。
いいよ。今だけは。
ああ、もうくそなんでだよ。
And the moment she gets my permission, both her happiness and sadness gush out at once.
私はこんなにもお前のことが好きなのにどうしてうまくいかないんだよ。
I'm sure the people living in the neighborhood can hear her. Despite the fact that Kazusa was afraid of being seen by someone earlier, she's completely open and having her feelings heard by anyone right now.
そんなに私のことが嫌いか。こんな痛い女はお断りなのか。春樹。
そんなこと一言も言ってないだろ。
だよな。だってお前待ってただろ。実は私のこと駅でずっと待ってたんだろ。
待ってないよ。
嘘つくな。だって春樹の手こんなにも冷たいじゃないか。ずっと外に。
待ってないって。
My hand still around her shoulder, I can feel Kazusa's hand on top of mine. Kazusa rests her cheeks upon the space between our touching hands. Kazusa's palm is warm. Her cheek is as cold as my hand. That's why I desperately hold down my other arm in the void, embracing Kazusa with both arms. I can't say anything yet. I can't allow her to realize it. My true feelings and Yoko-san's true feelings. At least, I can't until the concert is over. That was what I promised her. Oh, shit. Here's the quote-unquote.
白血病なんだってさ。
This is so... I fucking hate how dramas work, man. They're gonna pull this shit. Yoko's feelings, then Yoko says the why. I fucking love drama shit. Fuck this, man. I can't sleep. The second hand of the clock has spun around countless times as I've been staring at it. Actually, I've been watching the minute hand spin around a few times too, but I still can't fall asleep. Kazusa had already fallen asleep long ago. She was still rather tense, but today she chased me out of the bathroom and ate her food with her own hands. Even after she slipped into bed, she glared at me for a while and spoke at length about her additional concert and her plans for when she leaves Japan. Tired from both speaking and her time outside, she defenselessly falls asleep right in front of me with a soft breath. I love that's how she went. That's why I was finally able to relax today. I thought to myself that I'll be able to fall asleep easily. But my memories are getting in the way. Memories of the Bond show dropped on me this late in the game. The words that Yoko-san spoke.
だから白血病。普通は発酵のヒロインがかかる病気なんだけど、神様も何を勘違いしたのかしらね。
At After forcefully tracking down Yoko-san, who had concealed her own whereabouts, I came to meet her in person to, of course, talk about Kazusa. I wanted to tell her in earnest that I can no longer support Kazusa and ask for her help. And I wanted her to take responsibility she had forced upon us up until now.
半年前くらいかな。たった2時間のコンサートで体がふらつくようになってきたのよ。
I wanted her to take responsibility. That way, Kazusa would have been safe. Yet,
3、4曲目あたりで動悸や息切れが激しくなってきて、終わった後も1時間くらい収まってくれなくてね。
she called me to a location I could never have imagined. Hojo University Hospital.
ああ、とうとう来たか、糖尿病って思ってたんだけど。
普通は誰でもそう思います。親子とももっと節制すべきです。
ギター君は相変わらずだ。私に対してもいっつも偉そうなんだから。
すいません。まだ状況を飲み込めてなくて。
まあそうよね。当の本人でさえ受け入れるのに結構時間かかったし。
A 15-minute walk from where I live. Within the Hojo campus where I commuted to and from for around 7 years, there is a hospital. And a private room of the hospital is where she lies.
向こうの病院で軽く見てもらった時には貧血だって言われたから、それから必死で食べて、ワインも白をやめて赤に変えたしね。
それ色だけじゃ。
それでもやっぱり症状が改善しなくてね。1年前ならオールナイトで弾いても平気だったのに。
Being able to do that in the first place is what is strange. Enough for Kazusa to view her as a hard wall to climb.
それでこれはやばいんじゃないのってことになって、こっちで信用のおける高柳先生に見てもらうことにした。
I know Takayanagi Norimasa. He was the chief of the medical facility at my university.
その手の病気に関しては世界的権威って言われてるし、何よりは昔からいろいろとあった間柄だし。
And now, in the strangest way possible, he's yet another candidate for being Kazusa's father.
来日してから何度か検査入院して、だいたい病気の正体もつかめてきて。
入院。
In other words, the reason she disappeared without a trace so many times was so she could catch up with old friends or spend the whole night drinking.
さてどうしようかって時に結構やばい症状が来ちゃってね。それがカズサのコンサートの夜。
あの日から
2日ほど記憶がないんだけどね。
But Kazusa was overcome with sorrow because she had no one to support her. There was a person who was in greater need, even greater need of her daughter's support.
今は大丈夫。週明けには退院できるから。
カズさんがそのこと
言えると思う？今のあの子に。
I was planning on blaming this person. I was ready to look down on her and give her a lecture or two. Despite that, I figured out just how little I
も
knew.
しかしてカズさんの来日公演も
いつかは連れてくるつもりだったけど、急いだのはこのためね。
The reason these concerts in Japan were organized wasn't simply to cash in on her popularity. It wasn't simply the judgment of a producer.
どうもカズサは日本で受け入れられるのか、うちのバカ娘はもう一度日本で暮らせるのか、その両方を確かめたかったの。
She doesn't know she can be there to experience her daughter's future. And so this was just shock therapy that the mother had devised after carefully thinking about how she would ever convey this news to her daughter.
私が生きてるうちにね。
そんな
Although everything she's done up until now in that regard has failed horrifically. I couldn't bring myself to blame this doting parent after knowing about her circumstances.
言っておくけど、すぐ死ぬつもりなんか全然ないわよ。
はい
最近はだいぶこの病気の致死率も下がってきてるし、薬打ちまくって金使いまくって、少なくとも100までは生き延びるわよ。
お願い します。
With her words, I managed to perceive her strength. A strength that makes me think, this is still Mayoko we're talking about. Everything will be fine.
ただね、もうウィーンには戻らない。私はもう日本を離れるつもりはないの。
陽子さん。
But despite that, I can no longer see the once triumphant and carefree pioneer who once abandoned Japan anymore.
自分の生まれた国ですもの。なんだかんだ言って世界で一番愛してる国ですもの。
I can't blame her judgment. As a compatriot, I can sympathize with her. The more I find out about her circumstances, the less I can bring myself to oppose her. But even then,
カズさんは。
どうしよっか、ギター君。
そんな。
she spoke with a hint of humor, but I'm sure there wasn't any falsehood in her lamentful words.
今のカズさんは陽子さんを超えることだけが人生の目標で、なのに陽子さんしか頼れる人がいなくて。
And Kazusa will probably be able to detach herself from any lingering regrets in Japan.
カズサのこと拒絶したのね。
Oh, damn.
ねえ、あの子のどこがダメだったの？そりゃピアノ以外に取り柄ないし、暗いし、わがままだし、意地っ張りで諦めの悪さはちょっと低レベルだけど。
そういう問題じゃないです。あいつに不満なんかありません。
そんなこと平気で言える人間、世界であなたしかいないから期待してたんだけどな。
Both relied on each other too much.
また負けたか、我が娘は。しかも5年前と同じ相手に。
やめてください。
I thought that this person alone could. I thought she alone could do something about the moody genius's inability to become part of society. Never once considering that.
こっちとしても賭けだったのよね。私だって一応親なんだし、カズさんが独り立ちできるまで一緒にいてやりたいって思ってる。
But I can't blame her for that at all.
けれども、それをウィーンで実現させることはできない。わがままではあるけれど、自分の一生のことだから。
Because we're both relying on each other for the sake of our own lives.
だからカズさんを無理やり日本に連れてきた。永住するために。
If I could accept those words in full earnesty, I would find it joyous from the bottom of my heart.
ピアノの方に限って言えば、今の日本なら、今のカズさんなら、もうヨーロッパじゃなくてもやっていける。
Kazusa, you separated from me in such a horrible way 5 years ago. Kazusa, who I thought I would never see again, will be within a reachable distance every day from now on.
もともとフリューゲルのじいさんは今年で引退だし、次の師匠も日本で見つけてある。橋本健二っていう若手ナンバーワンピアニストを育てたフランス人のおばちゃんでね。まあ昔は男取り合ってよく大喧嘩したけど。
During our commemorations, or even whenever I feel like it, I can call Kazusa to join our gatherings.
だからあとはカズサが再びここで暮らせるか、それだけが一番の心配事だった。
We can restore the tree, consisting of Kazusa, me, and Setsuna.
でも結局ダメだったみたいね。カズサを吹っ切れさせることも、カズサの思いを遂げさせることも。
We can go back to being tree again. But that won't be the same tree who swore eternal friendship 5 years ago in the Hot Springs Inn. It will be the tree where no one can consider the others as friends.
あなたこそがカズサを日本に戻すための最後の希望で、そして最大のネックだった。
俺にそんなこと言われても、いきなりそんなこと言われても。
あの子の気持ち聞いたんでしょ。それで受け入れなかったのよね。なら それが結果なんだからしょうがない。
受け入れられると思いますか？5年間音信不通だったんですよ。どうやって信じろって言うんです？
ずっと一緒にいた私が保証しましょうか。あの子が5年間どれだけ色ぼけてたか。会えもしないたった一人の男相手に。
別にそんな。
あの子は毎日10時間あなたと会話してたのよ。だから思いが色あせることなんかあるはずなかった。
10時間。
Just understood, man. That's the time Kazusa spent with her piano. The time when she wasn't rebelling against her mother. And the time when she wasn't hurling abuse at me.
そうやってずっと冷めない恋をしてたから、あの子のピアノはどんどん色っぽくなってって、いつの間にか世界に認められるようになっちゃって。
そんな。
カズサの告白聞いたんでしょ。なら今さら信じられないなんていうのはなしよ。
It's because her sensibilities are so infantile. It's because her outlook is so narrow. It's because she had no interest in anything else. That Kazusa's piano outshone others so much. It really is a mockery of art.
でもね、相手が悪かった。カズサにとってあまりに高嶺の花だった。
俺が高嶺の花？どうして？
だってギター君普通の人だもの。そんなハードルの高い相手、やっぱりあの子には無理だったのよ。
意味が分かりません。
だって私たちは普通の人の人生を壊す力を持ってしまっている。しかもそれを抑えることができないの。だからもしもあの子があなたを手に入れようとしたら、あなたの周囲の世界ごとぶち壊すことになる。
Her lifestyle of playing piano concerts and makes it impossible to remain in just Japan. The enormous cost of maintaining her ability and lifestyle. The media commotion these past few days that not even she herself desired. Her lifestyle, her life goals, even her standards for happiness are completely different from mine. She lives in a world I'll never be a part of and never be accustomed to.
それは別のある人にとってはとても残酷で無情で本当にひどいこと。
Even if I jumped into it with full awareness of the risk, what about the people who were around me when I lived an ordinary life? What about Setsuna's happiness? There's no point thinking about it after all. Kazusa didn't fall in love with the true me. It's no more than an idealized image of me that Kazusa invented. After all, Setsuna was made to walk around in circles because of the real me these past 5 years. She suffered through the difference in the ideal and reality. And only through repeated dialogue did we manage to get to this point. That's why Setsuna's feelings, our relationship, established through long talks, is in the actual truth.
Yoko-san,
No matter how much Yoko tries to defend Kazusa, no matter how pure and genuine Kazusa's feelings are, no. That's precisely why the answer is clear before my eyes. Choosing Setsuna is the correct answer. One that is totally free from mistakes. That's why I had to tell her. I must tell her that Setsuna is the only one I have. I must tell her without muddling my words that I must say goodbye, farewell to Kazusa.
だからねギター君、こうなってしまった以上、あなたはあの子を思いっきり振ってあげて。せめて少しでも傷の治りが早くなるようにスパッと切り捨ててあげて。
I need that much. But even so, I failed again.
絶対に自分で傷を癒そうなんて考えないこと。あなたが少しでも隙を見せたら、あの子は絶対に諦めないわよ。
In the end, I could never say out loud what I had determined in my heart.
そんなことあるわけないって思う？それこそ普通の人の感覚ね。
Because of that, my position returns to its original state. I find myself once again defending Kazusa.
カズサはね、本質的には私と同じ式状況なの。
Nice.
一般人並みの理性なんて持ち合わせてないの。
陽子さん。
I find myself in a difficult situation yet again, but Yoko-san.
でなければ5年も会わずにいた男をひたすら思い続けるわけがない。あなたの常識にそういう女はいるかしら。だからこれからも忘れない。下手をしたら、いえ、今のままじゃ確実に一生新しい恋なんてできるわけがない。
そんな俺なんてほんの1年間クラスメートだっただけであいつにそんな思われることしたわけじゃ。
それを決めるのはあなたじゃなくてカズサよね。
Why do mother and daughter always have to say the same thing? It makes it sound like that Yoko-san is telling me is all what Kazusa truly feels.
もう一度言うわよ、北原春樹君。
But Yoko-san,
あなたがあの子を受け入れられないのなら今すぐあの子を捨てて。それがあの子のためなんだから。
if I do that, then what? What will happen to Kazusa? If she becomes unable to rely on not only me, but Yoko-san too. If her goal, her only guidepost disappears like a mirage. I didn't realize that was an ending statement. Oh, there you go. Who will be able to protect her? Yeah, that didn't feel like an ending statement. But
北原さん、北原さんってば。
Yo, it's Aaron. Holy shit. Aaron Yeager, holy shit.
ああ、ごめん。
なんか疲れてるみたいだねって言ったんだけど、もう答えは聞いたような気がするからいいや。
Was absorbed in my thoughts. When it came to night has already fallen. I was thinking about Yoko-san, Kazusa, and the promise we made tonight. So many thoughts were chaotically mixed up in my mind, and I went to Kazusa's apartment without sorting any of them out. That's why I saw a piece of paper taped to her door. I'm in meeting with Yoko. I don't need dinner. After relentless gushing out her feelings at me, she asked all considered when I really do need her. What a misguided, weak-hearted girl.
あまり箸も進んでないみたいだし、もしかしたら具合が悪いんじゃない？せつな、ちょっとあれ持ってきて、あれ。
Make a mistake.
あれじゃなくて、体温計ってちゃんと言ってよ。
ああ、いえ。気遣っていただかなくてもいいです。別に。
もしかして、ゆうべ、姉ちゃんが寝かせてくれなかった？
What an asshole kind of question to ask in a family situation.
高弘
The food I had trouble swallowing up until a moment ago is now completely stuck in my throat.
この子はもう20歳になろうってのに、まるで中学生みたいなことに興味持って。
よさないか。食事中だぞ。
なんで食事中にふさわしくない話だってわかるのさ。夜中中ずっとゲームに付き合わされてたのって、そういうこと聞こうとしてたかもしんないじゃん、俺。
しかも言い逃れまで中学生みたい。そんなんで彼女に逃げられても知らないわよ。
ちょっと待ってくれよ。家に10回くらい連れてきただけで彼女かよ。
I feel bad for her, man. I feel bad for her.
紛れもなく彼女でしょ？
全然そういうことじゃないですから。ただ、ちょっと考え事してただけで。
Leaving aside what nothing like that is referring to, his family talks about things like that sometimes without any discretion, and it always leaves me baffled. Well, on the other hand, it's precisely because this family is the way it is that I can manage to stay in Setsuna's room overnight all the time.
考え事ねえ。将来のこととか？
将来。
Damn.
Oh, おい。
ちょっと高弘、それは。
何言ってんだよ。さっきからみんな聞きたくてうずうずしてるくせに。
何を？
Setsuna and I look at each other in confusion in an attempt to see if the other understands what's going on. But the effort is in vain. Because out of the entire Augusto family, who had all gone completely silent, Setsuna was the one who looked the most embarrassed, hanging her head.
さ、北原さん、もしかしてさ、姉ちゃんにプロポーズした？
Oh. Over the table, Setsuna quietly hides her left hand with her right. In an attempt to conceal the sparkling ring on her right finger.
姉ちゃんに聞いてもはっきり言わないしさ。父さんなんか今週すっごい暗かったんだぜ。
Damn.
いい加減なことを言うな。
Come to think of it, this is the first time I've been in the Augusto household since I gave her that ring.
高弘、何もそんな食事中に。ほら、北原さん困ってるじゃないの。
今になって急に自分だけいい顔して。どうやって口を割らせようかって最初に相談持ちかけたのはそっちだろ。
だからそういう身も蓋もないことを食事中にばらさなくてもねえ。
I know that the bond between these family members is so weak that they won't notice a change on her finger when they see each other every day. Though pretending not to know anything until someone points it out isn't exactly good for Setsuna, nor for anyone else.
ちょっとやめてよ。別にこれはそんな深い意味は
ないの？だってそれ随分と高そうじゃない？前のおもちゃみたいな安っぽいのと全然違うし。
すいません。安っぽくて。
前のも春樹くんにもらったものなんだけど。
あら、そう。
I feel so bad. Call it a cheap trinket.
ほら、あれよあれ。ねえ、高弘。
つまりさ、姉ちゃんが前もってきっちり説明しとけば、こうして北原さんに恥をかかせることもなかったと。
それよそれ。ほんとこの言葉、肝心なところで変に頑固なんだから。
だから違うんだってば。別にこれは今すぐって意味じゃないんだから。
刹那、その言い方だと。だ
よね、春樹くん。春樹くん？
今すぐではないってことは？
要するに将来的にはって話があったってこと？
The father, man. Holy shit. He can't take it, man. He can't take it.
ああ、語るに落ちちゃった。
ほら高弘、やっぱりお母さんの言った通りだったでしょ。絶対何かあるってピンときたんだから。
Jesus Christ, Mom.
なんだよ母さん、自分で聞けもしなかったくせに急に調子づいちゃって。
やめないかお前たち。要するに何も決まってないってことだと言ってるだろう。
Dads, by the way.
いや言ってないよ。ほとんど決まったって言ってんだよ。
お父さん、 いくら認めたくないからってあまりにも自分の都合のいいように聞き違えるのは。
ちょっとだから本人の前でそういう話はやめてよ。
Even so, amidst the heavy atmosphere, and in this place where my once-in-a-lifetime choice could be made, instead remained quiet and hang my head, unable to grasp the flow of the conversation or stop it entirely. I can only desperately put a fake smile on my feelings hidden deep inside.
今日はごめんね。なんか変な話になっちゃって。
いや、そんなこと。
I'm sorry too.
もうみんな気が早すぎるんだから、本人たちほったらかして勝手に盛り上がっちゃって。
だから気にしてないって。
There shouldn't be anything wrong with being eager. In fact, that's probably the best way to go about it. After all, they were merely eager. What they actually said wasn't wrong, or at least it shouldn't be. That's why I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being quiet. I'm sorry for not saying what I should have said. I should have.
本当にごめんなさい。でもお母さんも高弘も悪気はないの。お父さんは後でちゃんと話しておくから。
Yet, Tessina makes it look like my unforgivable mistake was her own fault, and keeps apologizing. So as not to burden me, do not push any responsibility on me. What she deserves, what she wants me to do. Sometimes, the true feelings of hers leak out ever so slightly, but she passes them off as a slip of the tongue, and continues to conceal them deep within herself.
それじゃあ。
また来週。
連絡する。
バイバイ。
Oh man, that's bye bye, man. Dinner at the Ogisa household was more heated than the usual. So, one family member left the dinner table halfway through. Tessina's mother started talking about the future of the household, putting her in a direct opposition to the children who insisted talking about that with only the family around. Takahiro claimed the right to Tessina's room for when she moves out, putting him in a direct opposition to the women who wanted to leave it as is. Their father didn't seem to want to join the conversation, but when I was about to leave, he muttered to me about needing to talk to my mother. A kind of conversation that is natural in the Ogisa household, but does not exist in the Kitahara household. I was supposed to be taken aback by this family, feel envious, and then eventually join them. I was supposed to become a part of that warm, gentle circle of people. Oh man, this is where he started. I was supposed to. So he already made his. He already made a decision at this point, man. I was supposed to. The time we chased after Setsuna made love to her in Osaka. The time we confirmed our feelings for each other. That was supposed to have happened a week ago. Oh my god, yeah. I had to remember, man. Fuck. Now, I don't even know how much time had passed since then. The resolve I was supposed to have in my heart, the love I swore I would never go astray again. I feel like I'm on the edge of a violent passion. One that is trying to make me forget about everything. Perhaps I had turned the bond I wanted to form, the heart I wanted to connect to, into something vague. Merely a week ago. Holy shit. Damn.
さてと、世話になったわね、直理くん。
僕のことをそう呼ぶのは今や君とキャバ嬢だけになってしまったな。
それってかなりいるってことじゃないの？
そんなことよりこれからだよ、陽子ちゃん。これからが君の本当の勝負で僕の本当の出番だ。
当てにしてるわよ。 そのためにわざわざこんな偏僻な国に帰ってきたんだから。
君の業界的にはそうかもしれんが、こうやって因縁浅からぬ相手のいる国を偏僻だなどと言われると。
そんな理由で各国に配慮してたら、私の場合どの国も世界の中心ってことになっちゃうから。
相変わらずだね君は。そのエネルギーがあればあと10年は保証するよ。
10年じゃ足りないわ。あと80年よ。100までは生き抜いてやるって決心したんだから。
I need another 80. I fucking hate that line.
この後に及んでまだそこまでサバを読むかね。
トーマさん、お迎えの方見えられましたよ。
さて、そういうわけで今度は来月にでも会いましょう。
せめて週に一度は診察を受けなさい。僕は水曜の午後に顔を出してるから。
どうも。退院おめでとうございます。
あら、
Yoko-san greets me with a somewhat blank expression after seeing me poke my head out from behind the nurse. This might be the first time I've seen that expression of hers.
やれやれ、今度は娘と同じくらいのボーイフレンドかい。相変わらず君は。
は？
相変わらず腐ってるのはあんたのそのピンク色の脳みそよ。それで
今からスタジオの方に向かいます。カズさ、昨日から練習を再開してるんですよ。
そういうこと聞いてるんじゃないわよ。どうしてギターくんがミオちゃんの仕事やってるの？
At first, Yoko-san was just gawking at me. But once we got into the taxi, she started to leer suspiciously at me. Well, I suppose that's only natural.
工藤さんは朝から晩まで拘束されてまして、主に陽子さんの代理で。
だからって
会社の許可は取ってます。しばらく東間陽子の使い走りをするって。それが増刊号出版の条件だと提示されたってことで。もちろん入院のことは言ってないのでご心配なく。編集長も上司もまああの人だからなぁとあっさり納得してくれました。
あいつら。
Times like these, her usual jokester style personality really is useful. After all, you can convince anyone of anything by just saying Tomayoko said so.
で、何の話？
今日からの進め方について打ち合わせておこうと思いまして。
Ambush meeting, holy shit!
進め方ねえ。
She's not just an ordinary troublemaker, but rather a quick-witted, ill-natured troublemaker who knows full well what she's doing. For the first time that she saved me.
第一にあなたの病気のことですが、しばらくはお互いどこにも口外しないようにしましょう。
ミオちゃんは？
工藤さんとはすでに話をつけています。彼女も納得してくれました。
本人不在でもうそんなことまで取り回したんだ。
今は上総を追加公演に専念させることが第一だということで、彼女とも一致しました。
もともとそのつもりだったし、依存はないわよ。
それでしばらくの間、陽子さんには上総との接触を最小限に留めてもらいます。
目の前でぶっ倒れられても困るものね。
目安としては1日1時間スタジオで練習を見るのが適当だと思います。一緒に食事とかはなるべく避けてください。
食後の薬がね、10種類超えてるのよね。また
No matter how roundabout what I am within my phrasing, she understands the gist of everything I tell her.
それと病院の検査は週3回、月水金の午前中。俺が朝ホテルまで迎えに行きますので、決してホテル以外の場所に外泊しないこと。追加公演が終わるまでです。そのくらい我慢してください。
I like how he's treating her the same way he treats Kazusa, man.
平気だってん。少しくらい倒れたってん。ナリ君なら心臓止まってからも何とかしてくれるから。
寿命を減らす行為は厳禁です。上総のためにも。
生きる楽しみを奪われてかえって悪化したりして。
そんなこと俺が許しませんから。上総のために生きるつもりならそのくらいのこと我慢してください。せめて追加公演が終わるまでは俺の管理下に入ってもらいます。いいですね。
で、 その後のことは？
別途協議ということで。
Different conference. My speech, which was eloquent until now, becomes muddled at this point.
協議に参加するつもり？
あなたが一人で結論を出せないならば。
As I suspected, Yoko-san's perceptiveness lets her understand everything. She understands that discussion doesn't even allude to what will happen after the additional concert is over. She understands that once 3 weeks have passed, and Kazusa no longer has any reason to stay in Japan, there will still be no clear solution. Will she make Kazusa return to Vienna? In that case, will Yoko-san stay in Japan? Will Yoko-san tell Kazusa about her illness someday? Will she really tell her?
ねえギターくん、やっぱりこれ以上あなたが深入りする必要はないんじゃないかな。
だからって放っておきません。
どうしようかギターくん。
Because even Yoko-san is at a loss. Well, you know, I think at this point, Haruki already made up his mind anyway. If you're slowly picking it up, you kind of have an idea what he already has an idea in mind what he should be doing.
初めての女だから？
そういう下世話のこと言わないでください。
That's why I can't let Kazusa leave Japan with worrying prospects like that.
俺はあいつのこと永遠に憧れていたいんです。
憧れね。
だからいつまでもかっこよく生きてほしいし、幸せになってほしい。
だから自分の手であの子を幸せにしようって？しかもあの子の一番求める方法を選ばずに？と口が過ぎたわね。忘れてちょうだい。
That could never be happiness for her. No, it wouldn't be happiness for anyone. Because such a decision would make enemies of the entire world around us. Well, if you know the normal ending. Not only those we don't ourselves view as enemies, but even those precious to us.
まあおいおい考えていきましょう。どうせこれから週に3日は顔を合わせるらしいし。
Well, not that it changed the true ending, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, he does it. You know, we'll get to that.
ありがとうございます。これから一月ほどよろしくお願いします。
I'm at a loss, dude. That's why I need time. I need time to talk. The two of us might not be able to come up with anything wise, but I'll give that girl a happy life, no matter what it takes.
ああ、コンビニ寄ってってくんない？タバコ買いたいの。
これから一生禁止です。
お酒は？
たしなむ程度に。
男。
上総とどっちを取るか考えた上で決めてください。
ここまで厳しいマネージャー見たことない。
Oh man, this song. You know this song.
へえ、怪我したって聞いてたけど、聞く限りじゃ大したことはなさそうね。
母さん。
おかえり。元気にやってた？カズさん。
おかえりというのは、帰るべき場所に先に戻ってた人間の言うセリフだ。
じゃあ、ただいま？
ずいぶんと早いお帰りで、よっぽど気持ちのいい温泉だったんだろうね。それとも、一緒にいた相手が、かな。
そうなのよ。ちっとも話してくれなくってさ。
こっちはそのせいで。
なーに？評論家にクソみそに叩かれたこと、まだ気にしてんの？
違う。
いいのいいの。あいつあれ嫉妬なのよ。現役時代、私に全然歯が立たなかったから、娘を落とすことで留飲を下げようと思ってんのね、きっと。
知り合いなのか？
昔、2度ほど寝たことがあるのよ。そしたらあいつさ。
もういい。その先は言わなくていいから。
あ、これお土産。浜松名産、うなパイと、仙台名産、の月と、沖縄名産、ガーと、北海道名産、セーバ、ザと。
よくもまあ、 ここまで日本を満喫できるな。
だってふるさとですもの。
自分だって若い頃この国を追われたくせに。
あなたはそんなにこの国が嫌い？
ああ、嫌いだね。早く追加公演も終わらせてウィーンの我が家に帰りたい。
我が家ね。
何が言いたいんだよ。
別にま、ここにいても練習の邪魔だから退散するわ。
ダメ出ししないのか？
たかがリハビリに付き合うつもりはないわ。休憩所にいるから終わったら声かけて。
終わるまであと8時間はあるぞ。
今日はあと2時間にしときなさい。痛みがぶり返したら元も子もないでしょ。
じ
ゃあね、無理しない程度に頑張りなさい。
少し痩せた？
言ったでしょ。男が寝かせてくれなかったって。
Starting to notice.
あ
よ。
In the end, Kazusa left the studio at 8 p.m. Even though I told her that she should take it easy considering her wound.
もしかしてまたずっと待ってたのか？
いや、今来たばっかだよ。30分前に会社出て、もしかしたらって寄ってみたところ。
本当か？
本当だって。神様にも悪魔にも誓える。
After all, I made Yoko-san leak the information about when Kazusa will leave.
ふーん。
Kazusa appears at me from below, with an expression that can be seen as teasing or expecting.
なら確かめる。
勝手にしろ。
She envelopes my right hand with both her hands. She touches both of my hands with her stiff fingers and directly caresses them. Kazusa's hands are warm. In fact, you could even call them hot. Perhaps it was due to her passionate practice up until now, or as a result of an inflammation in her injured hand. I can't think of any other reason.
だから言ったろ。今来たばかりだって。
Man, he just came. Holy shit. Chill out, bro.
カズサ。
Instead of her hand, she brings her face closer to my chest for some reason.
おい。
見られたってどうもしないんだろう。ちょっとくらい胸貸せよ。
お前、だからってその唐突な展開は。
じゃあ行こうか。今日は疲れた。
Before I can even process what is happening, she pulls away in an instant with a completely different expression, and she walks away as if nothing happened.
なんなんだよ。
Just like usual, she's terrible at conveying her feelings through her actions. Or perhaps it's more appropriate to say that her actions sometimes makes no sense at all.
なあ、春樹。もう迎えに来なくてもいいよ。
今日は何が食いたい？と言っても、カレーと寄せ鍋とチゲ鍋とおでんとポトフの中から選んでもらうけど。
As you expect of a sad man living alone, I have no confidence in making any food that isn't stew.
でも治ったし、そろそろホテルに帰るよ。
でも昨日が水炊きだったし、カレーはこれで3度目だし。カズさ、今日は肉と魚どっちが？
いつまでも私に構わなくていいよ。お前だって仕事あるだろ？
ああ、あるよ。トーマカズサ特集号の仕事が。実は記事の最終チェック、事務所通してると時間かかるから直接やってもらいたくてさ。
No matter how much I try to change the topic, Kazusa just refuses to get the clue. That's why I offer a different strategy, facing her head on and attempt to shave off the strength of her words.
これ以上優しくしないでくれよ。
Damn. Unfortunately, I wouldn't just be toning down the tension. The amount of damage she would receive really makes me not want to resort to this tactic.
けどお前、一人暮らしは無理だろ。こっちにはもう使用人さんもいないし。
できるよ。向こうでだって適当にやってきたんだ。
適当じゃダメなんだよ。もうすぐコンサートなんだ。万全で臨まないと。
万全だよ。お前が心配することなんか何も。
食事はちゃんとバランスよく3食取れるか？
約束する。ちゃんと朝昼晩食べるから。野菜多めで糖分控えめで。
両手のケアは怪我と付き合いながらやっていく必要があるんだぞ。
毎日練習終わったら病院に行く。湿布だってこまめに変える。
マスコミ対策は？失礼な奴らに囲まれてもにこやかに対応できるか？ほら見ろ、やっぱり信用できない。だからマネージャーが必要だって言ってるんだ。
そんなものいらない。一人で何とかできる。少なくともお前だけはもういらない。
What a liar.
そう言っといて、この前のコンサート失敗したくせに。
あれはお前が来てくれなかったから。
ほらな。
Oh man.
どうして私のピアノを聴いてくれなかったんだ。
カズサがそういう限り、俺は俺の万全を尽くす。今度こそお前のそばにいる。
That statement may be arrogant, presumptuous, and excessive. Despite that, the both painful and happy fact that it works on Kazusa is evident.
だからお前はあの部屋にいていいんだ。コンサートが終わるまでいていいんだよ。
コンサートが終わるまで。
Until the concert is over, I won't leave Kazusa's side. That can also be interpreted as me not making any promises about what will happen about after the concert.
なんで？
コンサート成功してほしいからだよ。お前の凄さ、日本の人たちに分かってほしいからだ。
Kazusa realizes the deceit behind those words. She realizes that I'm still taking a step back.
お前にもう一度日本を好きになってもらいたいからだよ。
But I had no choice but to separate my feelings from what I need to do. Even if she manages to see through my cowardly behavior, even if that means she'll run out of patience with me, there is a truth I need to hide from her, even if it means using a despicable version of myself as a front.
飽きた。
And in response to that, Kazusa,
鍋は飽きた。カレーももうたくさんだ。肉が食べたい。
a thick,
分厚いステーキが。
a thick steak.
カズサ。
Bear with me for another while longer.
そっか、ステーキか。うん、そんなのは朝飯前だ。いや、そんな時間に食うものじゃないけど。
お前、ステーキを舐めてるんじゃないだろうな。ただ肉を焼くだけで私が満足するとか思うなよ。
任せとけ。レアもミディアムもウェルダンもお手の物だ。なんならフランベだってやってみせるぞ。やったことないけどな。
甚だ不安だけど、お手並み拝見といこうか。
よし、なら今日はデパ地下寄っていい肉買おうぜ。奮発してサーロインの高いのを。
だからお前は貧乏人だって言うんだ。どうしていい肉と言いながらサーロインなんだ。
Bro, everybody, at least. At least. I still don't know if she decided that she still needs me, or if she just gave up on trying to convince me that she doesn't. Regardless, she'll allow me to meddle in her affairs, something that should be nothing but torture to Kazusa. That's why I'll make Kazusa suffer with all my might, and from the bottom of my heart, until her last concert in Japan, until 3 weeks from now.
あと、デパ地下寄るなら、ラスカルの滑らかプリンを1ダース。
Fuck! I need to get some pudding myself! Holy shit!
甘いもの控えるって言ったよな。つい1分前。
Kazusa, Yoko-san, and me. Let's begin our life on a tightrope that may snap at any moment. A tightrope smeared with lies, hypocrisy, and makeshift solutions. Wait, I need to chill for a little bit. Wait, I'll be right back. All right, let's continue. Oh wait. So used with the headphones. I was so used with the headphones I'm using a new setup. Just driving the new IEMs I have. Thus. Very good. Very good. All right, let's continue.
はい、おしまい。今日もお疲れ様でした。
最後まで弾くよ。もう少しだけ。
痛むんでしょ？これ以上無理して悪化させたらバカみたいよ。
大丈夫だって。自分のことは自分が一番よくわかってる。
そのセリフの信用度が急降下中なんだけど、特に日本に来てから。
うるさいな。
とにかく今日のところはここまでにしときなさい。手首をケアしてまた明日から頑張れば。
ピアノくらい好きに弾かせてくれ。私にはそれくらいしかこだわるものがないんだ。
そうなの？
そうなの。
面白みのない人生ね。
あんたとは違ってな。だから邪魔しないでくれ。
そんな風に枯れちゃって残りの人生歩いていけるの？
なんでそんな先のことまで考えなくちゃならないんだ。
あなたが私と違うからよ。新しい恋も新しい男も見つけられるか怪しいからよ。
男なんかいなくても家庭なんか持たなくてもちゃんとあんたの老後の面倒くらい見るよ。安心しろ。
Oh man, they're really pulling this shit. Holy shit.
私が心配してるのは自分の老後じゃなくてあなたの老後なんだけどね。
それも大丈夫だろ。どうせあんたは私が死んでもまだ生きてるって。
人のことどんなヴァンパイアだと思ってるのよ。
体に気をつけて長生きしてくれよ。
カズさん
頼むよ母さん。
それでいつまで弾いてるつもりなのよ。
だからちゃんと最後まで。
さっき窓の外見たらさ、ギターくんが寒そうに突っ立ってたのよね。
Oh man. Shit. So what's your end of the song?
30分くらい前のことでね。中に入って待ってたらって言ったんだけど。
どうしてそれを先に言わない？
だって、ピアノくらい好きに弾かせてくれって。
何度も言ってるだろ。今月はいっぱいいっぱいなんだって。
そう言うなよ。どうしても今日中でないとダメなんだよ。
Oh man.
だから聞くって言ってんだろ。早く話せよ。
こっちこそ何度も言ってるだろ。電話じゃ話せない内容なんだって。
This is the fourth time we repeated this back and forth. Takeya called me as I was waiting for Kazusa outside the studio, and his tone seemed pretty serious. There's something I absolutely need your advice on today, was his message. It sounded desperate enough to make me falter a bit, but...
あのさ、竹谷。実は俺、初めてメインを任されたんだ。もともと部数の少ない雑誌の、さらに増刊だけど。
ああ、聞いてる。おめでとう、春樹。やっぱ仲間内じゃ、お前が一番早く出世しそうだよな。
ありがとう。でさ、月末が締め切りなんだよ。今回は、俺が働かないとマジで本が出ないんだよ。
only is it a half truth, but it's also an excuse that managed to wipe away half of my guilt.
ほんの1時間でいいんだ。話が終わったらすぐに仕事に戻ってもいい。
竹谷。
But Takeya doesn't relent to the perfect excuse. His persistence is impressive today. He really had started to act like a middle-aged man.
まだ御宿なんだろ。俺も駅前にいるからすぐに合流できる。9時までには絶対返すから。
9時か。
That would delay me a little bit, but I suppose I'll still be able to prepare dinner.
頼むよ、春樹。俺の人生がかかってんだよ。いや、今回は故障じゃなくてさ。
Yeah, sure, bro.
またイオのことか。
だからそれもあったら話す。じゃあ、OK ってことで。
I suppose so. As long as I contact Kazusa in advance, I'm sure.
絶対に9時までだぞ。俺、9時には何があっても上がるから。
分かってる分かってる。お前今どこだ？すぐにそっち向かうから。
ああ、こっちから店の方に行くわ。どうせいつもの。
As long as I contact Kazusa in advance.
どうした春樹？やっぱ迎えに行こうか。
すまん竹谷。たった今やっぱり行けなくなったところだ。
It's just like imagine your wife just showing up and just like you playing shit, bro.
なあ、さっきの電話部長だろ。
あいつをそう呼ぶやつはお前だけだったな。
I never did mistake during the beginning of the week, but it was way beyond my repertoire and my budget. We were stuck with regular old stew again.
行けばよかったのに。せっかく誘ってくれたんだからさ。
肉ばかり拾うな。白菜煮えてるぞ。ほら。
そんなに入れるな。糸こんにゃくなんかいらないって。じゃなくてさ。
Although Kazusa is undoubtedly hungry, she's moving her mouth more than her chopsticks. Kind of hungry after.
別にいいよ。
I mean, I can take a break.
今だってほとんど毎月会ってるんだからさ。
だったら余計に今月も会うべきだろ。これがきっかけで疎遠になったらどうするんだ。だからポン酢に砂糖を入れようとするな。お前がその変色をやめない限り俺は行かないの。ほら、魚も食え。あと大根と人参と春菊と。待って、春菊だけは勘弁してくれ。他は食べるからさ。
In the first place, she glared at me with tears in her eyes when she saw me on the phone. For her to tell me this now feels a bit off.
それに、竹谷はそんなやつじゃないよ。そろそろ8年来の付き合いなんだぞ。
お前はさ、友達多いくせに長続きまでするんだな。
Bro, that's what matters the most. You don't need a lot of friends as long as you have friends that last.
友達の数と付き合いの深さは関係ないだろ。
There's also a person right in front of me who not only has a few friends, but they also don't last long as well.
昔からお前に近づいてくるやつってさ、大抵最初は都合よく利用しようって連中ばかりだった。
それは気のせいだろ。俺がそんなにお人よしのバカに見えるか。なんだよその呆れたようなため息は。
呆れてため息ついてんだよ。それ以外の何者でもない。
Left wholly dissatisfied with her statement, I moved the pieces of crowned daisies from Kazusa's plate to mine. In exchange, I replenished her plate with kombu, with the hope that it will help preserve her rich and beautiful hair.
けど、お前がいつもそんなだからさ、いつの間にか皆がお前を信頼してく。心の底から。
そろそろ雑炊行くか。
最初は見下してた。いい気味だと思ってた。すぐ利用されるやつがバカなんだから仕方ないって。
もうその話やめ。
けどだんだんお前が騙されることにイラついていって、そのうちお前の周りに人が集まっていくのにますますイラついていった。
When she first met me, Kazusa had no one she could call a friend or a mentor. The teachers who knew of her circumstances treated her like a stone on the roadside. Her classmates who heard rumors about her treated her like a pest. No authentic communication existed between them.
あの時はその気持ちが何なのかわからなかった。ただイライラして意味もなく腹が立って寝てるふりしてお前の横顔ばっか見てて。
God damn, man.
そんなの思い込みだって。お前俺のことをひいき目で見すぎてんだよ。
そうだな。私お前のことひいきしてた。私を見てくれるのがお前しかいなかったから。私もお前しか見なかった。
The only communication she ever received in abundance was the unbearable lecturing of a teacher's pet. However, 1 month before the school festival, she reluctantly came to socialize with that teacher's pet, and also an idol. After that came Takuya, Io, Hikashi. After the school festival, she even managed to amass friends. She was able to make friends like most people. If that was what she truly wanted, however, I still don't know. But despite that, Kazusa did indeed once overcome her loneliness.
今もお前しか見てない。
She was supposed to have overcome it.
今お前が見てる俺はあの時の俺じゃない。
But now, Kazusa's loneliness is right back where it
こ
started.
の数年で俺は2度変わったんだ。カズサの知ってるあの頃の俺じゃなくなったんだよ。
She's back in Japan. Her old friends are just close by.
2年前までの俺は最低の人間だった。お前が嫌いな昔のお前みたいだった。
Yet, Kazusa refused to meet any of them but me. No, you can't meet them because of me.
いつまでも過去を引きずって誰にも優しくできなくて、俺のことを一番思ってくれた人を一番傷つけて。
過去ってさあ、もしかして私の。
Bro, she's grasping at anything that she anything that could make her improve her self-importance to Haruki.
そんなこと言えるか。正しくても間違ってても。
I understand that's what Kazusa wanted herself. But the more I see her the way she is now, the more helpless I feel. In the end, Kazusa couldn't find anyone special to her besides her mother, even in Vienna. No, she never even tried.
今お前が見てる俺はその人に救われた後の俺なんだ。
分かったよ。
She's in utter contrast to me, who has managed to find countless people I consider precious to me here in Japan.
その人のおかげでまた少しだけ優しくなれたから。今の俺はその人にだけ優しい俺なんだ。
もういいよ。それ以上言わなくても。
Oh, you're such an asshole, Kazuki. Well, we already know, but
元の俺とは違うんだ。
言わなくていいって言ってるだろ。黙れよ。
カズさ、
帰るよ。食事が済んだんならさっさと部屋に戻れ。
ごめんな。
in contrast to how I was saved by Kazusa, Kazusa is.
でもな、春樹。
Just told me to leave. When I stand up and to leave the room, Kazusa looks at me with a sulking, teary eye.
お前がどれだけ変わってしまっても私の思い込みを否定することはできないんだぞ。
カズさ、
She just told me to leave. Yet, I'm still in Kazusa's room, tightly grasping her hand as she's lying on the bed.
過去にとらわれてしまった私の気持ちを冷ますことはできないんだぞ。
Our trivial and pointless argument has a devastating effect on Kazusa's loneliness. I resolved to protect her until the concert ends. And I've become the very person who hurt
手首
her.
痛くないか？
こうしてくれてたら痛くない。
Oh man.
そっか。ならお前が寝るまでずっとこうしてる。
いいよ、帰れよ。
分かってる。帰るよ。お前が眠ったら。
いいんだって。そんなことさせたら刹那に悪いよ。
いいんだって。
Of course, this is not okay. Just how long do I plan on remaining here? I'm in the room of a woman I supposedly rejected. In the middle of the night, no less.
でもお前が帰らないと私眠れないよ。ずっとお前の顔を見ていたくなるから。
そんなこと言ってもどうせ10分で飽きる。余計な心配するな。
There was a proper reason behind preparing dinner and picking Kazusa up. It was for Yoko-san's sake, for my job's sake, and for the sake of making Kazusa's sponsors succeed.
ならかけるか？私が朝まで起きてるかどうか。
Oh man. But right now, there should be no reason for me to look at Kazusa fall asleep like this.
分かった。受けてたと。1時間以内に寝たら俺の勝ちな。
Even so, I can't leave Kazusa alone. I don't know if Kazusa can bear the loneliness, but I know that I can't bear leaving her.
朝までって言ってるだろ。そんなハンデはいらない。
後悔するぞ。
どっちが？
おやすみ。
寝ないって言ってるだろ。
It was at that moment that I realized. I'm sure that Kazusa had realized it too. The only one who can assert this bet is me. This bet won't proceed unless I remain here until Kazusa falls asleep. Kazusa doesn't point out that contradiction. All she does is tighten her grip around my hand. So I stop talking to and respond with a warm white palm. Fuck! Kazusa finally fell asleep 2 hours after that. No one knows if she won the bet or not. I'm pretty sure she won, but she was like,
ビーフカレ
oh,
ー、
sweet.
サラダセットつけて。飲み物はミルク。
はい。
You could see.
あとフルーツパフェ食べてもいい？
ミニでしたら。
じゃあフルーツパフェのミニサイズも追加。全部一緒に持ってきてくれていいから。
かしこまりました。少々お待ちください。
The waiter, who was only supposed to come to our tables to clean up the tableware, forgot completely about his job and left with a stiff expression on his face.
よくそんなに食えますね。
Looking at my own empty lunch plate in front of me, I made the same expression as him. When I went to pick Yoko-san from the hospital, she was just about done with her medical checkup and only had to take out the IV from her hand. It hasn't even been 30 minutes since then, yet her appetite is strong as ever.
なんてね。食べられそうにないわよ。実は今にも吐きそうなの。それでも無理やり食べるの。朝から晩まで食べまくるのよ。バランスよく大量に。
どうして？
痩せたなんて言われないようにね。
So, that seems to only have been my misunderstanding.
病気なんかに舐められてたまるかってのよ。冗談じゃない。戦うわよ私。
陽子さん。
As I thought, I really respect her, but perhaps the word revere would be more appropriate. This emotional strength of hers must be the reason she was able to travel the world all by herself. A certain other woman, on the other hand, all she has is effort and talent. She's rowing throughout the entire world without her emotions catching up.
それよりギター君こそ悪かったわね。こんな私の戦いに巻き込んじゃって。
構いませんよ。
けれどカズサのことだけじゃなく私の世話まで任せちゃって。せめて移動のための車買いましょうか。
そういう数百万単位の話をポンとするのはやめてください。 こっちは小市民なんですから。
If she's the one footing the bill, she probably won't settle for a mini car. And she will relatively rule out any domestically produced car.
本当に気にしないでください。親孝行だと思ってやってますから。
親孝行ならリアル親にしたら？
I expected her to make a mother-in-law joke, but I never imagined she'll come at me from that direction.
あなた自分の親とは仲悪いんですって？私たち親子にはここまで介入しといて、それってどんなギャグなのよ。
俺のことなんかどうでもいいじゃないですか。それに仲が悪くなんかありません。お互い興味がないだけです。
思ったより屈折してるのね。
Yeah, to be honest, that is far worse. Because if you know, well, you know, Kazusa and Yoko's, you know, relationship at least 5 years ago, you know, they were fighting, and you know, fighting involves some amount of care, at least some amount of care, or even a great amount of care, because they were fighting, right? Or they were hating each other and all that shit. So, you know, Apathy's just straight up whatever. Let's continue. I do need to make some commentary.
本当に恨んでない？
何をですか？
After finishing her beef curry, she drank her black tea in a single gulp. I thought she was drinking milk tea. She happily helped herself to a parfait, like a schoolgirl. Before turning to the ceiling, staring at it motionlessly. Her expression is pale, despite the fact she just ate. The way she's profusely sweating from her forehead proves that she's forcing herself to eat.
知りたくなかったんじゃない？私の病気のこと。
思ってますよ。
Of course, I never would have wanted to see Toma Yoko like this.
どうして俺にこんな重いことを。カズさんにも隠してる秘密を話したんですか？
それは。
Also, I never wanted to learn about Toma Kazusa's current situation.
俺はね、もうすぐ世界一幸せな男になるはずだったんですよ。カズさんの住んでるのとは違う世界で。
ああ、そうだったんだ。
カズさんのこと忘れて、何の変哲もない日本人として、小さいけどかけがえのない場所を守っていこうって。
そのこと、カズサには？
あなたはずるいです。俺の人生、何だと思ってるんですか？本当は怒鳴ってやりたいですよ。
I always hate when they always say that shit.
本当に怒鳴ればいいのに。なんで面倒を見てるのよ。
病人を気遣うのは当然です。誰だってそうですよね。
ほんと、いろんな意味で屈折してるわね。面白い子。
なんていうのは半分建前で、ほんの少しだけ感謝してるからです。
感謝って？
全部正直に話してくれたから。カズさんの抱えてる問題、包み隠さず教えてくれたから。
自分一人じゃどうしたらいいかわからなくて、巻き込む相手が欲しかっただけかもよ。
それでもいいんです。カズさんの幸せも俺の一生の願いだから。
That's right. I didn't want to find out about Kazusa's situation because I knew what I'd end up doing if I did find out.
カズサのいない世界で生きていこうとしていたあなたが、そういうこと言う？
そばにいることだけが幸せじゃないって、そんなことを考えたことはありませんか？
私はともかく、
それでも違う答えを見つけてくれたら、あいつにとっての幸せは一つじゃないって、そんな当たり前のこと分かってくれたら。
そんなもの最初からなかったとしたら？
もうどうしたらいいか分かります。
I also understood that the action I'll end up taking would be different from the action I should be taking.
呆れましたか？口先ばっかり、建前ばっかりのいい加減な男だって軽蔑しましたか？
I'd be responsible for the result of that action. Yet, I'm not even confident I could bear that responsibility. Just like I told Yoko-san, I really don't know what to do anymore.
ううん。違うわね。危うさを感じた。
俺、危ういですか？
I'm the danger.
正直で面白くて、そして危険な子ね。ちょっと自分のしたことにビビったかも。末期がんの患者が、とうとうモルヒネに手を出した感じ。
そんな風に見えますか？今まで一度もそんなこと言われたことないけど。
見た目は全然。けれど本質はね。
俺なんて安全志向のつまんない男ですよ。女性にとってはきっと退屈極まりない。
That's what they all say, bro.
私には全然そうは思えない。だって、あなたは勇気がありすぎる。
単なる臆病者ですよ。
だったらこんな綱渡りしない。とっくの昔に上総を切り捨ててる。
違いますよ。臆病者だからこそそういうことできないんです。
だって間違いなくそれが一番安全で、そして正しい選択なのよ。
あなたがそれを。
ええ、言う資格はないわね。こんな状況にあなたを引き込んだ張本人が。
And Yoko-san managed to point out perfectly where my apprehensions lie. Why, I had no choice but to get irritated and refute her.
それでも、今のあなたを見てると、ほんの少し自分のしたことが怖くなる。
怖いですか？
人にはね、ギリギリのところで手を引く弱さも必要なのかもしれない。
Of course, it's scary.
どうにもならないことをどうにもならないって嘆く弱さも必要なのかもしれない。
If you've hesitated many times before reaching the top of the cliff, if you have been pushed forward toward the top through conflict after conflict,
で、引いてもいいのよ。上総のこと、見捨ててもいいのよ。
then it's that very trouble that reaches out of its hand toward you when you fall off, with much more strength than it had when it pushed you forward.
あなたの言う小さな、けれどかけがえのない幸せを遠慮なく掴んでもらってもいいのよ。
陽子さん。
親としては別に恨んだりしないから。もともと9割以上はあの子の自業自得なんだから。
そんなに簡単に弾けるなら、俺はあなたに無理やり会いになんか来ませんでした。
それもそうよね。やっぱり屈折してるわね、あなた。
But ultimately, I'm sure she knew I was going to say that. There is neither surprise nor dejection in her eyes. There's only the calm of someone reaffirming what they already suspected. However, that calmness shouldn't be mistaken for coldness.
それでも、うちのバカ娘をそこまで思ってくれてありがとう。私の最高傑作を大切にしてくれてありがとう。
あなたがそういうことをいつも口にしてれば、あいつはもっと素直で強い子になったんですよ。俺たちがいなくても平気な女の子に。
ほんと、いろいろままならないわね、人生って。
まあ、そうですね。
Reaching this fruitless conclusion, we both drop our gazes toward the table. A weird feeling of solidarity grows between us, as if we're both guilty parties in some war crime.
かぼちゃのプリン追加していい？
砂糖なしで作ってくれるか聞いてみます。
Don't take so much time, bro. What the fuck? Besides, pumpkins are sweet by themselves.
なあ、もう一個だけ。これで最後にするからさ。
お前それで3個目じゃないか。飯は残したくせに、どうして滑らかプリンだけはそんなに食え。
だって食欲ないんだよ。ちょっと疲れてるのかも。
いや、それはプリンを食える理由じゃない。
This family just can't get enough sugar.
脳が甘いものを求めてるんだよ。
Damn it, I'm also
私と
craving for sweets.
それくらい頑張ったんだよ。
プリンよりも米をだな。
胃が疲れてて流動食しか受け付けないんだ。 これは仕方のない措置なんだよ。
ああ言えばこういう。
詭弁に関しては優秀な師匠がいるからな。私も随分鍛えられたよ。
今度その師匠に会ったら伝えといてくれ。このインチキ野郎って。
じゃあいただきます、このインチキ野郎様。
もう食ってやがるし。
うまい。
Day by day, Kazusa returns more and more to her usual selfish self, and I find myself lecturing her more and more. I don't know if this is because she has given up, is able to separate her personal feelings from the way she behaves, or if she is desperately trying to hold her emotions in. Whatever it might be, being able to see Kazusa smile every now and then is something incredibly joyous for me. It makes me unable to stop thought welling up inside me. The thought that I want to see her smile forever, that I'd do anything to make that happen. All while knowing what a destructive action such a thing would be to the other world I live in, the one without Kazusa.
春樹、
なんだ。
そんなに睨むなよ。分かったよ。お前にも一つ分けてやるよ。
いらないから。っていうか食うときいちいち断らないから。
And I'm deeply fearful of this joyous me. Before I know it, I find myself with the opposite expression on my face. After all, today is a weekend night. I had to call Setsuna to tell her we can't meet again. No wonder she's happy tonight. Oh my god, no wonder she's happy. When I made an excuse that I'm busy with the magazine, Setsuna rejoiced as if the honor was her own, congratulating me and wishing me good luck countless times. Every time she congratulated me, it felt as though my heart was pierced with a drill. I sat crouched down on the streets of Onjaku for a while, unable to move. Setsuna accepted me. She took pride in me, and she never blamed me or grumbled about not being able to meet me. Like an innocent and clueless angel, she simply tried to cover me with her warm smile and gentle voice. Even then, when she was being deceived and betrayed again, with the devil tricked her with a lukewarm crocodile tears. The additional concert ends in 2 weeks. Can I bear the guilt until then? If I am able to bear it, will I be able to return to Setsuna's side as if nothing happened?
春樹、
分かったよ。一ついただく。
そういう話じゃなくてさ、お前本当は今日。
忙しかったんだぜ、こっちも。朝の7時からみっちり編集会議でさ。ああ、今日先行ってて悪かったな。
だから仕事の話じゃなくて。
残念ながら今俺が話せるのは仕事の話だけだね。他のことなんもやる暇ない。お前の飯作ること以外はな。
春樹。
This is bad. This is bad. Whenever I let my expression turn gloomy, it immediately spreads to Kazusa, who's always looking at me. And just as I say that, she was smiling just earlier, but now she's looking at me with tears in her eyes.
ああ、でも俺プリンなんて1個もいらないんだよな。お前半分食ってくれるか
？3個半も食べていいのか？
その代わり明日は2個半な。
ちょっと待て、明日は明日の風が吹くだろ。
悪い、竹谷からだ。
I pressed the answer button, relieved that the phone call swept away the gloomy mood around us. But I also feel a bit frustrated, since I was so close to salvaging the moment by myself.
よー、春樹、久しぶり。
おととい話したばっかだろ。
On the speaker, I hear Takeya's ear-piercing voice. Even Kazusa reflexively frowns at the sound of it. The reason Takeya is speaking so loudly is clear. The sound of chatter around him is ridiculously loud.
今みんなで飲んでるところ。金曜の夜だからものすげえ混んでるわ。
そんなこと聞かなくてもわかるわ。
I can hear the sound of applause, cheers, and clinking of glasses. The loud voice of the bartender. Excluded inside some cheap bar.
お前何まだ仕事中？何時ぐらいから合流できる？
まだどころかまだ仕事中だよ。それどころか編集長も交えての会議中。
編集長そばにいたらそんなこと言わねえだろ。で何？今日も忙しいのか？
この間言ったろ。俺今月はずっと。
行ってきたらどうだ。私なら気にしないぞ。
俺が気にするんだよ。
After all, today I've broken a promise that's much more important than going out drinking just to stay here and make food.
ああ、なんだって？よく聞こえないんだけどさ。
ああ、悪い。こっちの話。だからほら、大きな仕事の締め切りが。
ああ、そんな話してたな。じゃあなんだよ。最近はいつも遅いのか？
そうだな。まあ、いろいろと匿名業務で外回りばかり。全部食うなよ。半分だけだから。
分かってるって。
あ？
そんなわけで悪い。今日もちょっと合流できそうに。
ああ、わかったそっちは諦めるからさ。もう一つだけ話聞いてくんないかな。
なんだよ。
ほら、この間俺言ったじゃん。急ぎで相談したいことがあるって。
ああ、確かにそんなこと言ってたな。本当悪いな。今直接会える時間が取れなくて。
それでさ、もうこの際だから電話で聞いてもらえないかなって思って。
ああ、それならいいけど、飲み会終わったらまた電話してくれれば。
いや、ここでいいよ。すぐ済む話だし。
なんだよ、その程度の相談だったのか？
That moment, I let my guard down.
まあ、すぐ済むから。それじゃ。
Oh shit! Oh yeah, Kazusa doesn't know. Oh fuck! Because I know what's Taki about, and I remembered. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
ああ。
I'm ready for this bullshit, bro. Even though Takia said it would be okay to take it here, I should have returned to my own apartment.
それじゃあ、いっせーの、はい。婚約おめでとう。
Oh fuck!
ハルキよかったなお前。まさかこんな日が本当に来るなんてな。
いいよ。
Ia's voice was notably tearful.
ねえねえ、なんて言って申し込んだの？今再現してみてよ。
Oh man!
なんで？
なんでって言われてもな。お前がせつなちゃんにプロポーズしたからに決まってんじゃん。
それは。
なんてな。お前、高弘に口止めしてなかったろ。って止めたところで無駄なんだけどな。
This all started in the Augusta household last week. The situation with the rings spread from Takahiro to Takia, and after that, it kept spreading faster than the speed of light.
それで一昨日から罠仕掛けといたのに、お前の方が全然引っかかってこないからさ。
The facts became truth. Our promise became a binding contract, and everything just continued to develop even more quickly than I expected.
というわけで、人質預かってます。返してほしくば、みんなの飲み代持って、今すぐここまで来てください。
人質って。
大丈夫、命までは取ってないから。それじゃ今から声聞かせるね。
Oh shit! Don't tell me.
はるきくん、ごめんね。
せつな。
The voice is just as I imagined. Nostalgic, unpleasant.
さっき突然イユに呼び出されたの。急ぎで相談したいことがあるって言うから、
Oh
てっ
man.
きり二人きりだと思ったのに。
ああ。
But to me right now, it only feels heavy and painful.
高弘が竹谷くんに変なこと話したみたいで、それでこんなことになっちゃって。
I regain awareness of my surroundings by the sound of a closing front
本
door.
当にごめんね。 今大変な時なのにこんなこと。
There isn't anyone there anymore.
セツナのせいじゃないよ。誰も悪いことなんかしてないだろ。みんな俺たちを祝おうとしてくれたんだ。誰が謝る必要があるんだよ。
That's right. This isn't Setsuna's fault. Not only that, she has done the right thing. This is something happy, somewhat embarrassing and wonderful. Oh man, here we go. At least that's what it should be.
カズサ、おいちょっと待てって。
I ran down the stairs as fast as I can, shouting her name with a short list of breath. The back of a person desperately running away from me starts to tremble, as if there is a crack in her determination.
待ってくれカズサ。お前どこ行くつもりなんだよ。
Her body, not covered by a coat, continues to shiver, likely not just because of the cold. She's cold. She's probably way beyond just being teary-eyed at this point.
そのままじゃ風邪ひくぞ。さあ戻ろう。
おめでとう。婚約おめでとう。
Oh man! Holy shit! I'm gonna grab hold of her shoulders and force her to face me. Kazusa congratulated Setsuna and me with a cloud toy similar to Takiya's. Her expression is just as I imagined it would be, and it hits me like a countless needles piercing my heart.
やっとだな。お前の願い叶ったんだな。本当おめでとう。
やめろ。近所迷惑だ。
Her voice really is loud, and also incredibly hollow.
私さ、めちゃくちゃ嬉しいよ。
やめろってカズサ。
I don't want anyone to hear this voice of hers, but I am the very person who made her let out these terrible screams.
世界で2人だけの親友が一緒になってさ、最初からずっと決まってたことがとうとう本当に決まっちゃってさ。
やめるんだ。一緒に戻ってくれよ。
ちょっと遅すぎた気もするけどな。
カズサ。
I can't stop her with words anymore. I'll have to physically cover her mouth with what? Really bad? But because I was so reluctant about how to cover Mikasa's mouth, I ended up making the responsible choice by forcing my right hand on her mouth. Oh man! Oh man! I wish it was something else, man.
やめろ。やめろ。お前はバカ野郎。
ごめんカズサ。
She bit my finger with all her force, but unable to do anything about it. I could only stand there, paralyzed.
やだ。出ていく。もうこんなところは嫌だ。
ダメだそんなの。今のお前は怪我が治ったばかりで準備不足で。
I can't embrace her myself, but neither can I stop Kazusa from clinging to me.
でも私ここにいたら壊れる。
That shallow premise is broken down almost immediately as I tightly embrace Kazusa with my left hand to make sure she doesn't run away from me.
出ていく。
カズサ、お願いだ。
I
今は休んでくれ。
scratch it
ま
again.
た明日話そう。
嫌だ。
大丈夫。今日はずっとお前のそばにいる。眠ってても起きててもずっとお前だけを見てる。誰のことも考えたりしないから。
黙れ。
Kazusa's pain wailing pierces through my chest. But even then, I can't let go of her hand. For Kazusa's sake and for Yoko-san's sake. And most importantly, for my own sake. It's been an hour since then. Kazusa has finally calmed down and is now breathing peacefully in her sleep. While gazing at her swollen eyelids, I think about the tough battle awaiting me from tomorrow onward. The crack that appeared in the dam. If things go on like this, they'll break down sooner or later. I had to do something. Something. I had to come up with a solution until Kazusa wakes up. But I can't allow myself to sleep today. I had to keep thinking until dawn about a way to make Kazusa happy. Oh, he fucked up. I can't fall asleep. There's stories of charms being broken the moment one falls asleep. These tales are widespread in both East and West. That's why. Oh man, it's over. Wow. And then, creator of these tales toys with us, as if to mock my apprehensions. He's talking about my Mabuto Sensei. What the fuck? The moment I came to, I had already committed my fatal mistake. During those 30 minutes of sleep, Kazusa had disappeared. This is why I said earlier that I know she never went to sleep.
ここで会うのは1週間ぶりかしらね。
It was a turbulent day. I couldn't reach Ryoko-san's phone throughout the morning, so I had to go ask Kuto-san and even Hamada-san to find out her whereabouts. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Yoko-san finally called me, but the place she was in at the time was...
それで何から話せばいいかしら。
まずはあなたの今の状態を。
It was the same hospital room she was in a week ago. She told me she wasn't there when I asked in the morning. She must have transferred there from an emergency hospital at a later time. In other words, we were back to square one. No, we were actually in an even worse situation.
あら、この後に及んでも私のことを優先してくれるの？
当たり前です。辛くないですか？こうして俺と話してて大丈夫なんですか？
別に悪くなってないわよ。一進一退といったところ。
今すぐどうこうってことはないんですね。
Alright, let's go back. Sorry, I got distracted. I got distracted.
ベッドで休んで点滴受けたから今は平気。
Perhaps remembering the fact that the light-hearted chatter doesn't work on me. Yoko-san doesn't try to dodge the question.
ただ大したことないのに救急車呼んじゃったからしばらくはこうしてなきゃいけないけどね。
それって。
何しろカズサは私がこうなるのを初めて見たからパニックになっちゃってね。
She knows.
ごめんギターくん。私あの子の目の前で倒れちゃった。
Kazusa couldn't endure being endlessly hurt by me, so she broke away from my supervision and returned to Yoko-san. That was during the morning when Yoko-san was asleep with the help of pills. And due to the short notice, she had no time to adjust her condition. nor to pretend that she was fine.
せっかくあなたが頑張って隠し通そうとしてくれたのに、どうやら台無しにしてしまったみたいね。
俺のせいです。
I was supposed to be in Kazusa's anchor back then, and I was naive enough to think that I have calmed her down. That's when I carelessly fell asleep. If anything, I fiercely provoked Kazusa's feelings. I was the one responsible for tearing out the chains of her anchor. It all had to happen at such a vital moment. At this point, I can't describe myself with anything but pure vitriol.
罰かしらね。自分の娘を騙そうとした。
それも俺のせいです。あいつを騙そうって考えたのも、陽子さんにそうさせたのも。
あなた、ちょっと自分で背負い込もうとしすぎよ。たかが昔の男が親よりもしゃしゃり出てくるのはどうなのよ。
すいません。
そこで謝るのも確信犯よね。私が巻き込んだことに文句一つ言わずに。
そこまで言うならお互い様ってことで。
そうね。落としどころはその辺にしておきましょうか。
Hyoko-san is being punished for deceiving her own daughter, and I should be punished for hurting the person precious to me.
それでカズサは
どこに行ったかは知らない。でも多分前よりも簡単に見つかると思うわ。
陽子さん、俺はどうすればいいんですか？
私がどうすればいいか教えてくれたら、その質問に答えてあげるわ。
This isn't about accepting my punishment. It's just that the fact that there is a deep wound in Kazusa's heart is painting my heart too.
とりあえず前回と同じ薬を投与しといて、で目覚めたら僕に直接連絡して。
精密検査の方は？
ああ、それも僕が診断してからにする。とにかく今日はずっとこっちに詰めてるから。
ちょっと待ってくれよ。これ一体どういうことなんだよ。
ああ、大丈夫大丈夫。お母さん少し安静にしてたらすぐ退院できるから。
He just realized he fucked up.
なんでみんなこんなに分かってるんだよ。
病室で騒がないでください。患者さんが起きてしまいますから。
まあ落ち着いて。こういうのは大げさに見えるけどよくあることなんだから。
よくあるってどういうことだよ。母さん何度もこうなったことあるのか。
お静かに。
カズサちゃんだっけ。ちょっと喫茶室でお茶でもしようか。
母さんは平気だよな。ただの貧血なんだよな。
とにかく落ち着こう。今はお母さんを休ませてあげようね。
でも
今は眠ってるだけだ。平気だよ。ささ僕と一緒に。
自分の孫と同じぐらいの娘を引っ掛けようとするな。相変わらずあんたは。
母さん。
陽子ちゃ
ん。なんだかまたいらぬ世話をかけたみたいね。でももう大丈夫だから。ありがとう、ノリ君。
しかし君の体。
娘と二人きりにしてちょうだい。私から話すから。こうさん。と、まあそんなところ。
Remember the last time this song played? Fuck! Like, last time I heard this song. Oh. All right, let's go back. Go back to this.
カズさん、冗談だろ。ええ、超悪質な冗談よ。といえば、今からでもあなたは信じてくれる？そんな。なんで今。なんだ。本人よりショック受けられても困るのよね。あくまでも症状が出たのは私の方なんだから。あんた約束したよな。娘より先に死なないって言ったよな。人生基本的には先送りよ。そんなことを本気で信じてる方が痛いんじゃない？人間死ぬ時はあっけないもんよ。私だって今まで何度もそういうの見てきたし。そりゃまあ、病気になったのも、それをあなたに知られたのも不本意ではあるけれど、でも知られてしまった以上は少しでも前向きに捉えないとね。あなたのいざって時のことを覚悟しておいた方が。ちょっとカズさん。あなた長生きするって言ったじゃないか。私のために体に気をつけるって。なのに私どうしたらいいんだよ。何もなくなっちゃったじゃないか。触るもの一日で全部なくしちゃったじゃないか。ああ、ごめん。よし。ほら、こっちおいで。まったく、あなたが赤ん坊の時だってこんなことしなかったわよ。まあ、しなかったからこそこんな子に育っちゃったんだけどね。ごめん、カズさん。このまますぐ死んだら確かに早すぎるけど、安心なさい。そんなに簡単にはくたばらないから。本当？一応これでも100まで生きるつもりだしね。また裏切ったりしないよな。そんなこと信じるのは痛いとか言わないよな。さっきは言い過ぎたわ。ごめん。一緒にいてくれるんだ。母さんだけは。カズさん、帰ろう。コンサート終わらせて早くウィーンに帰ろうよ。家でゆっくり寝てればすぐに治るよ。そして治ったらまたピアノ弾こう。私これからは母さんの面倒も見るからさ。そうだ、一緒にコンサート開くなんてのもいいな。連弾とかしたことないよな。 私たち。私も母さんの添え物って言われないようにもっと腕を上げないとな。これからはコンサートもコンクールももっとたくさん出て、カズさん頑張って頑張って、いつかあんたと並び立つくらいに、いや超えてみせるからさ。だからずっと私のものすごく高い目標で呆れるくらい強い敵で、カズさん、もう隠し事はしないわ。あなたをこれ以上欺きたくないから。コウソン、ごめんなさいカズさん。でもやめろ。私の冒険はここまでよ。
You know, coming back to this in retrospective, I don't know how Yoko's still alive. She even went to Vienna to urge Haruki and Kazusa to come back. But you know, at that time when they released the story, I was like, you know, it hits hard, man. But like, sorry, I'm going back. You know, this is, you know, in retrospective, you know. Because you know, I really kept in touch with the after so many years the story after the after story since all that stuff. So I was like, yeah, be immortal for some reason. Well, you know, yeah, this is a disadvantage of, you know, having knowledge of what happens after the story. It doesn't feel real anymore. I don't know. I'm cursed. Right, here we go. Here we go. Holy shit. The sun had already set when I left through the after hours entrance. Then the cold winter wind blows against my face without mercy. Looking at the clock, I see that it's well past 10 p.m. Oh shit. It's also literally past 10 p.m. right now. I also have to make a decision. What to think of it? It's well past visiting hours. It seems that the hospital gave me special treatment in more ways than one. I'll leave the hospital grounds and step onto the Hojo University campus. Since it's nighttime during exam period, there isn't anyone else around. Despite that, there's still some illuminated windows in the school buildings. They indicate that more than just exams are closing in. The deadlines for bachelor's and master's thesis. Oh yeah. I recall spending countless nights under those lights too.
じゃあさ、朝ごはん食べに行くときに起こして。おやすみ。
Yaki, that motherfucker. I seem to remember a strange caterpillar always hanging around my feet though. A classmate who brought her sleeping bag to the lab, even though she never actually bothered to write her thesis. She didn't successfully make it to 4th year, but I started seeing her less and less after that. I never saw her at the graduation ceremony either. I can imagine she doesn't care. Her focus, after all, is fucking acting and all that shit. Now that I mention it, I do believe I once ran into her in the street after I got employed. She had become unbelievably beautiful during the time I haven't seen her. No, she was probably a session to begin with. When I asked how she was doing, she avoided the question by simply licking my ear before disappearing into the crowd with a crackling laughter. She really did like her. She really did like him. I mean, considering how her true ending route went. But it's like, Before I knew it, I had 2 tickets for a cafe in my pocket. There were platinum tickets for a troupe even I knew about. I have absolutely no clue what she was trying to tell me. But I suppose that was proof that she hadn't changed one bit. Oh, I don't think he ever watched. I don't think he ever watched that the particular play about them in the system that time.
私はね、本当はあんたの思いの深さを知ってるよ。物語にしても遜色のないあんたたちの綺麗な思いを知ってるよ。ここまで引っ張ったんだ。どうせなら最後まで突っ走って綺麗な物語を綺麗なまま完結させてほしいな。
Alright, Maruto Sensei, I don't know what you're telling me. Actually, I do, but back then she was a precious female friend to me, someone who I didn't really see as a woman. Man. At times she say something strangely clever. Make me wonder sometimes whether she truly knew everything about me. Izumi. Right now I'm suffering because my feelings are so as deep as you described them to me. Deep. And I'm unable to produce a beautiful ending to this supposedly wonderful story just like you hoped I would. But tell me, Izumi, what did you know about me back then? And right now, do you know exactly what it is I should do? Looking at the clock, I see it's almost 11 p.m. Oh shit, it's also literally almost 11 p.m. Almost. As I'm walking so slowly and also immersing myself in nostalgic memories, it took me a whole 30 minutes just to leave the university grounds. The cold wind chills me to my core like always, making me loathe the idea of staying in this place. But I also know that my thoughts will grow dull the moment I think about where to go instead. Yoko-san said she had a clue about where Kazusa is, and I have a good idea about where that place is myself. But I don't have the determination to go there right now, because I still don't know what will happen once she comes out to the world. That's why I can't knock on her door just yet. I need to make my resolve about everything by the next time I meet her. Not about our plans for the coming 2 weeks. Not about what I'll do until her concert in Japan is over. It must be about the rest of Kazusa's life and my own life. About where I'll live and who I'll live with. I can't go see her until I've fully made my resolve. Finally, goddamn son! Tomoyoko's dead as a pianist. Given that Kazusa admired her and viewed her as her rival, it's not something she can ever bring herself to fully accept, because Kazusa never had her eyes on anything else. To one day surpass Tomoyoko while she is still in her prime is a direct confrontation. To be able to sneer at her own mother, for them insult each other, honor each other, hug each other, and cry together. Her aim was so focused on that specific goal that it might be accurate to call it her final goal as a pianist. But today, the summit as an aim for vanished without warning. It's closed already. This restaurant really has no interest in making money during nighttime, just like always. Though there really isn't no need to complain about that, because I'm not actually hungry. Also, this place is located on the way home, so I didn't waste my time coming here. I just thought that perhaps
お店の前で人気な顔して突っ立ってないでください。他のお客さんが逃げちゃいます。そんな顔はキッチンの中でしててください。
Look, I remember all of Koharu's route, man. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, Koharu's route. That's another ride. That's a little ride, man. Someone might be here to cheer me up. Without any good reason, I might have led myself to believe something so convenient. The junior started working here without toys, so she could pay for her graduation trip. With a natural over serious, diligent, and fearless attitude, she managed to take over the reins of the restaurant before we knew it, and became someone absolutely vital to the restaurant in a mere 3 months. Eventually, the other employees begged her to stay after she graduated, which she did. Soon after, she became the poster girl for the restaurant, attracting dozens of repeat customers. I came here 2 or 3 times after I got employed, and she just lectured me with a sulky expression, just like old times. What to think of it? Katsuna, who was with me at the time, muttered something on the way home.
あの子まだ春樹くんのこと好きだよ。
God damn it! Man! Ah! Man! I have no clue what gave her that idea. Do not remind me. Closing chapter. Don't remind me. I was just some good-for-nothing guy in her eyes. But that was precisely the reason she could never let me out of her sight.
先輩のことを知るためです。自分にとってわからない人でいてほしくないから。私の近くにいる以上、そういう態度は改めてもらわないと困ります。気になるからです。先輩に興味を持ってしまうからです。
Oh man. He was a troublesome junior, Kohai, who would poke her nose into the business of anyone regardless of who they are. No, the weaker the person was, the more invasive she became. I wonder what she would do if Kazusa appeared in front of her. Oh man. Kazusa might be a stranger to her, but would Koharu be able to ignore her when she has lost all faith and everything precious to her? Gura Koharu, what would you think if you met Kazusa? You, who are widely regarded as being similar to me. I don't want to think about the what if story. There's a what if story that takes place after closing chapter. It's Koharu's route, and then when she found out that Kazusa was like going to Japan, she spent a lot of effort trying to make sure they don't meet.
あの子はピアノを愛してるけど私みたいに人生そのものじゃなかった。
If one were to ask Yoko-san, then she isn't someone who can live as long as she has their piano. She's not such a pure musician.
あの子はピアノを愛してる。だって弾いている間だけは愛する人と触れ合えたから。
Never gonna make it, guys.
それって陽子さんの
Oh no, you know who exactly, bro.
まあ確かに私もあの子の世界の中の数少ない住人ではあったでしょうね。けどもちろん今の例えは私のことじゃないわよ。
Reality is terribly harsh and it's terribly lenient on me. That's why Yoko-san didn't try to hide her irritation about my indecisiveness.
そうやってピアノを弾いている間だけ触れ合える人たちがいたから、あの子は毎日飽きもせずに弾き続けていただけ。
Someone who does exist in reality but can only be met in her fantasies. Someone who'd be by her side and guide her. Even when fantasies and reality are put together, only a few people comprise of her entire world.
けど厄介なことに、あの子は私ほどピアノが好きじゃないくせに、私より才能だけはありやがったのよね。
She played the piano without rest every single day just so she could communicate with a small number of people. In a twist of irony, her exceptional talent led those performances to be accepted worldwide.
そんなあの子が自分の道を自分で見つけられるか。
That's why, even if she still has her piano, but there is no one she can communicate with through those sounds, then there might not be any purpose in it all at all.
2番線、本日最終電車になります。 お乗り遅れのないようお願いします。ドアが閉まります。ご注意ください。
What will happen to Kazusa from now on? I'm sure those who know her only as Toma Yoko's daughter, world famous young pianist, would say something like the following: take after the path your mother took, or travel the world like your mother, or your mother can't keep at it anymore even if she tried. And in response to those people, I'd probably say something like, don't go running your mouth about something you know nothing about, in an indignant rage. It's nothing so simple. She doesn't have that kind of resolve. After all, she actually is a really weak person. She's incredibly naive, without determination. She doesn't live in the normal reality most people live in. Not only that, even in the unnatural reality she lives in, she still is a true genius who managed to improve through effort, independent of her talent and painful path.
まもなく1番線御宿行きが参ります。白線の内側までお下がりください。
And now, she's broken down at her very foundation, losing everything she built up, all because of nobody like me. Can I still ask her to gather her resolve despite that? Can I ask her whether she still intends to hold the concert as planned, and how she plans to live her life from now on? Can I ask her whether she'll live in Japan with her mother just as Yoko-san wants her to? Or if she'll convince Yoko-san to return to Hiyano with her? Or perhaps if she plans to go down the path Yoko-san was supposed to go down, standing above countless people and challenging the world together? Or if she plans to go down the path Yoko-san was supposed to go down, but unwilling to rely on others, and challenges the entire world by herself? Or perhaps, am I supposed to tell her to give up? Am I supposed to tell her that the man she loved, the man who loved her, doesn't exist anymore? Am I supposed to tell her to face the fact that our feelings just never came to fruition? And that goes for the both of us.
2番線発車いたします。ドアが閉まります。ご注意ください。
Or perhaps, this really is the worst imaginable possibility, but she might end up abandoning her mother and piano. Will she turn her back on the world she had lived in up until now and shut herself into a new tiny world that she herself desired? Will she turn her back on the expectations her surroundings have for her, as well as the feelings of her family? Will she find strength despite her weak heart and approach a future where any semblance of a normal world would be ruined? How ridiculous. Of course she isn't capable of that. She could never make such a dreadful choice. She will stand out in place crying all the while. That's why such a possibility is impossible. In other words, that's not something she is capable of alone. It's a future that is physically impossible for her to reach, assuming no one gets her to push from behind. If that's the case, if she can't decide for herself, will someone else decide her life for her? Will someone tell her what to choose? But wouldn't that be the same as determining her life for her? Doing so may be arrogant. It might be the deed of the devil who toys with the lives of people. But does that mean it's okay for that someone to do nothing? Is it okay for that someone to not protect Kazusa? At some point the date changed. No, it's just about to be 11 here, don't worry. Regardless, the windows of the editing department are lit up like always. The person I want to rely on the most isn't there anymore. It's been 2 whole years after all. The person I owe so much to. The person who taught me how to survive in society before I entered it.
私に任せておけ。編集長が総没と言ったって発売日にはお前の記事がちゃんと載ってるはずだ。
Nari-san, I've done my best. I worked the hardest hard as I can so I could follow in your footsteps even only a little bit. I'm still only in my first year, but I've gained a bit of confidence. Instead that I've fostered valuable bonds with people, less of precious ties of obligation with society. Mari-san, what would you do right now? Would you still choose to work? Would you choose your bonds with people? Would you choose your obligations to society? I don't know anymore. So could you come back? Could you become my superior once more? And could you guide me again?
北原って結構ナイーブだよな。傷つきやすくて自分で自分を責めてばかりで。
This place is giving me so much memories. God damn it.
だから余計落ち込むのか。誰も自分を叱ってくれないから。叱った後許してくれないから。じゃあ私はお前を責めないよ。だから許しもしない。
That's right. I made a promise back then. I promised to decide by myself. Do not lead things in the hands of others. Do not pander to other people's opinions. Do not to beg for forgiveness. Even if that means ignoring the thoughts and feelings of everyone around me. I promise to resolve myself and carry all the responsibility by myself. I promise to be that someone. Shit. Time, boys. Should probably get to dinner or some shit after the scene. I don't think I'm finishing it in one sitting. But I mean, I'm just gonna take a 30-minute or 1 hour break and just. The streets of Onjaku was where the last train has already departed. Without looking for a warm place, I aimlessly sit down on the roadside guardrail. Exposed to the cold wind, the canned coffee in my hand is the only thing keeping me warm. Even when I look up at the thick clouds conceal every star in the sky, a night unbearable for people to loiter in. But in my thoughts, I see the warm expressions of all the people I've come to know, entering and leaving my mind. Akeya, Iyo, Nagahara-san, and the people I've known since high school. Classmates, upperclassmen, and underclassmen. Hamada-san, Izaki-san, Suzuki-san, Matsuoka-san, the managing director, the chief editor, my co-workers and superiors who are where I should be right now. Aside from them, there are many people whom I met during work, as well as people whom I met in private, people of all ages and genders. And then there are those who are more like family to me than my real family. Tetsuna's mom and dad, and Takehiro-kun. And then there's the person who I treasure more than anyone in my life, and who has treasured me more than anyone in her life. There were of course times when there was trouble between us, when we were annoyed at each other's attitude, and when we made each other mad. Things were not perfect, but through communication and honesty we always made up. We always returned to our usual warm smiles before long. That's why she, too, someday she'll learn to naturally smile warmly in front of other people, just like everyone else. Even if it's painful for her, even if she's forcing herself, she'll definitely be able to live with a smile, I'm certain. How many percent is certain? Is it 100%? Is it absolute? Will she, of all people, manage to connect with many others? Can she show her smile and make them happy? And as a result, will they make her happy in return? What kind of fantasy is that? Can I believe such a pipe dream? Am I even allowed to make myself believe it? I have memories with countless people. I have an innumerable amount of connections with society. That doesn't just go for the past. Even now, I meet new people every day, and through those meetings, I establish more connections with society. My world may be a small one, but that bears no resemblance to Kazusa's world. But I'm totally connected to every corner of it. Unlike Kazusa's world, mine is a world that is open to the outside. When I live in such a vastly different world from her, it's not possible for me to say she'll be fine, as if I know what it's like. As if I was trying to pass the night, walking around in the circles as I was, God decided not to forgive me. At last, it started falling. It fell on the day we made our promise to always be together, the three of us. It fell on the day when three became one, as two broke away. It fell on the day when two separated, became a pair of ones. It fell on the day when this pair of ones tried to become two again, but couldn't bring themselves to forgive each other. It fell on the day when the pair of ones swore to become two again, after having hurt each other countless times. It fell on the day when the two became three again, and it's falling today. That's right, it has to be today. Today, I arrive at the crossroads of my life, as well as that of the three of us. The decision I make today will end up affecting the lives of the many people around me.
私の前から先に消えたのはお前だろ。勝手に手の届かないとこに行ったのはお前だろ。私がつまらない男を好きになって何が悪い。
After all, ever since that day, winter had always been what set my fate into motion. It was always snowing on those days. It was always snowing. My chest hurt. Something presses against me. Something much more bitter and painful than the permeating cold of winter and the freezing snow. It's telling me that I can't run away anymore. It's telling me I had to make one of two choices. And one of those choices is the one I thought I already made. The snow sees through me. A pain intense enough to tear off my heart and tear my body apart assaults from within. Why? Why do I have to hesitate so much when I'm supposed to have made up my mind once in the past already? I know what the right thing to do is. I know that it's right and precious and joyful. Despite that, I hesitate because this will be my final choice. If Kazusa can't decide, then I will. I will obey only my own feeling and choose the one person more precious to me than anyone else in the world. Who do I want to make happy? Who can I be with and not regret it even if it is the wrong choice? I can't back out anymore. This will be my final choice. Let me think about this until the snow stops falling. So if possible, don't stop falling until sunrise at least.
「本当にそんな電話があったんですね。こちらの部屋のお客様から。
I love the kind of bullshit he's trying to pull here. Well, this is the same kind of bullshit he pulled during closing tab. So you know this guy had it within him to do that stuff.
だからこんなに急いでるんじゃないですか。一刻を争うんです。
しかしあなたがお客様の関係者であるということがはっきり証明できたわけではないので。
事務所に確認してくれって言ったでしょ。それで連絡はついたんですか。
いえ、そういうわけにも。何しろもう午前2時を過ぎてますし。
一刻を争うって言ってるじゃないですか。電話の内容話したでしょ。
事実なら確かに大事ですが、しかし先日も新聞社の方が関係者を語ってこちらのお部屋まで乗り込んできたことがありまして。
ああ、もういいです。俺が勝手にやります。あなたは警察でも何でも呼んでてください。
わかりました。しかしまずは私どもの方でお伺いさせていただきます。
お願いします。カズサを、彼女を助けてください。
トーマ様、夜分遅く申し訳ありません。
It seems that from my insistence, the gravity of the situation has finally come true to the room clerk. After nervously clearing his throat, he begins to knock on the
トー
door.
マ様、トーマ様、もしお目覚めになられましたら大変お手数ですが、こちらをお開けいただけないでしょうか。
However, neither his knocks nor his calls will allow them not to go through the bulky door and reach the other side of the spacious suite.
お休みのようですね。
だから反応がないって言ってるでしょ。フロントからの電話だって繋がらなかったじゃないですか。
それは。
カズさんお願いだから返事してくれ。
ちょっとおやめください。他のお客様の迷惑になります。
そんなこと言ってる場合じゃないんだ。あいつに何かあったらどうしてくれるんですか。
From the very start, the hospital staff had been on alert ever since I rushed into the front desk. When I told them that I was agreeing with Toma Kazusa and that I needed to enter her room right away, suspicion only grew further.
カズさん無事か。いるんだろう。
本当に。
もし取り返しのつかないことになったら俺絶対に許さないからな。あんたらの規則ごと呪ってやる。
I love that threat.
トマ様ご無事ですか。
I spent dozens of minutes having a fruitless exchange with a front desk employee who told me that rules meant that giving her a phone call on my behalf was the best they could do. When I told her that I haven't heard from her since she sent her farewell on my answering machine, she finally became more cooperative. However, their doubts were still very strong.
くそどうすればいい。どうすりゃいいんだよ。
Best bullshit ever, man.
おかしいですね。これだけ騒いでいて反応がないというのは。
だからさっきから言ってんじゃん。
They followed me all the way to Kazusa's room, but still insistent on following the rules. They refused to do more than wait for Kazusa to open the door. Still, this is only natural. They value their guests above all else and had no reason to trust a dubious stranger who showed up in the middle of the night.
くそやっぱり警察だ。いや救急車。すいませんフロントから119に。
その前にドアを開けてみましょう。こうなったら仕
Wow!
方ありません。
Broke the rules. Up until now, he hadn't been following the rules to the letter, but it seems my desperation has finally reached.
ただしまずは私が中に入らせていただきます。お客様は許可なしに勝手に入ってきたりしないように。それが守れないようでしたらこちらも規則を守らせていただきますが。
They were afflicted with the same feeling and uncertainty that I could sense their doubt in me disappearing, if only a little bit.
お願いします。カズさんのこと。
Perhaps my desperate pleas have finally reached the human side of the employees.
それではトーマ様大変申し訳ありませんが緊急事態につき失礼させていただきます。
He then grabs the key out of his pocket and begins to move it toward the keyhole. But at the very moment the key is about to enter, the keyhole moves backward as if avoiding it. Or rather, more accurately,
ご愁傷様。
the door opened.
そいつ、真に迫ってただろう。けど、大嘘つきのマスコミなんだよ。
カズさ。
And now that the door came a figure I haven't seen for a whole day.
慌ててるふりしてるけど、全部計算づくなんだ。最初から、あんたを利用する気だったんだよ。
本当に心配してたんだよ。よかった、カズさん。
Just that. Her farewell wasn't as profound in meaning as I had thought. It had already stopped snowing. Instead of piling up, the snow melted on the road. The wind too unreasonably cold. The sky is starting to clear up. By daybreak, I'm sure we'll be able to see the bright sun again.
なんで来たんだよ。
As I breathe into my hands for warmth, I see a white cloud that soon disappears in the darkness of the night.
こんな時間に、あんな大騒ぎしやがって。本当に警察に連れて行かれても文句言えないぞ。
After that ordeal, rather than pressing me for answers, the employee just turned bright red and bewilderment at the sight of Kazusa.
すぐに会いたかったから。
In the end, Kazusa brought the whole fiasco to a close with a single dull statement: "This guy is with me."
出てってから丸一日経ってる。ちっともすぐじゃない。
The room constructed of just being a lover squirrel is probably heaving a sigh at the front as we
そうだな。
I mean, it technically is.
遅くなって。
バカ野郎。誰も待ってんのか。
Oh my Kazusa. Oh shit. The problem is, it wouldn't exactly been the wrong assumption. I mean, it literally is.
どこ？
別に行くあてなんか。
Amidst the cold night wind, I walk around town with Kazusa at my heels.
なんだよそれ。こんな寒空の中、人を連れ回しておいて。
Her mood must have been sour by being called outside in the middle of the night, and overwhelmed from all the things that had happened.
ならファミレスにでも入るか。そこで話そうか。
別に話すことなんかない。
そうか。
だからもっとゆっくり歩け。ついていく方の身にもなれ。
すまん。
In spite of that, Kazusa continues to follow me. She's desperately trying to match my pace so she won't get left behind.
でも寒い。やっぱり寒い。
こっち来い。少しでも風よけになるだろう。
At last, she lines up perfectly next to me.
さっきまで雪だったんだよ。
ホテルの窓から見てた。
やっぱ起きてたんじゃないかよ。
それがどうしたってんだよ。
Because she has no one else but me right now. Because no matter how much she curses at me, no matter how much she tries to push me away, deep down, she wants me by her side. I wonder if things would have been much easier for the both of us if that self-aggrandizing conclusion were immediately something I conjured up.
いつから知ってたんだ、母さんのこと。
ほんの最近だよ。1週間前。
どうして母さんはお前に話したんだよ。私にも秘密にしてたことなんで。
それは
お前の方が私より信じられるってのか。私よりも頼りになるっていうのか。
俺が強引に聞き出したんだよ。さっきみたいに無茶な手を使って押しかけて。
だったらどうしてお前は黙ってた。母さんから聞いたことを秘密にしてたんだよ。
お前がこうなるって分かってたからだよ。
Sure enough, she goes quiet. And all, but outright admits that I'm right by hanging her head. That without Yoko-san to cling to, she no longer has any idea how to move forward. Only stretching her hand out to the empty air in the vain hope of someone grabbing it. Walking all alone, crying and lost.
だからここ最近ずっと優しかったんだな。
嫌だったか。
そんなことあるわけないだろ。お前に優しくされて嬉しくない私なんかいない。
それもなんだかな。
Only stretching her hand out to seek me out.
けれどもっと自然にしてほしかった。裏があるって気づかせてほしくなかった。
お前の求める俺は難しいな。
I could no longer immerse myself in those convenient delusions. Sorry, I remember Takumi just for a second. Kazusa had been in love with me for the past 5 years. That dream-like reality, that one unbelievable delusion that could never come true. And yet, she herself reaffirmed those emotions with such unbelievable fervor.
本当は私のこと鬱陶しくてしょうがなかったんだろう。でも母さんのこと隠すためには一緒にいるしかなくて。
だからそんなわけないって何度言わせれば。
本当のこと知ったら私が自殺でもするんじゃないかって、そんなこと考えてたんだろ
う。思ってない。お前はそこまで他人を思いやれないやつじゃない。でも自分一人で立ち直れるとも思ってない。お前 そんな勇気ないもんな。そこまで強くないもんな。
なんだよ、それは。
The person in front of me really is as lost as I imagined she was. She's too afraid to go forward, but also too afraid to give up. So she ends up stuck in place.
随分と分かったようなこと言うじゃないか。まるで私の保護者気取りだな。
ああ、気取ってるよ。俺、お前を守りたいって思ってる。
そんな義務感はごめんだ。愛してもくれない男に守られるなんて、そんなのいくら私だってプライドが許さない。
ならちゃんとしろよ。一人でも生きていけるって俺や陽子さんに証明してみせろよ。できないだろお前。そういうの全然できないんだろ。
Bro, gaslit her too. It's the next level gaslighting, bro.
そんなことない。だって私一人だった。
あんなの一人でも何でもない。お前が勝手にそう思い込んでただけだ。陽子さんのお金と陽子さんの心遣いで守られて好き勝手にすくすく育ってきたんじゃないか。
それが何だって言うんだ。
If no one reaches out a hand to her now, then she's going to rot away without taking another step forward. Even if nothing happens to cause her harm, it wouldn't surprise me if she still ended up that way. That's how weak she is.
お前は昔からそうだ。わがままでだらしなくて人として間違ってて見ててイライラする。
春樹、
しかも悪い女だ。性格も態度もそして諦めも。お前のいいところなんて見た目とピアノの腕だけじゃないか。
そんな。春樹。
That's why, when I push her away, even a little bit, her voice starts shaking in an instant.
お前、見た目キンキラキンだけど中身は腐ってる。いくら才能だけ認められても社会人としては失格だ。
やめろよ。やめてよ。
Unable to maintain her facade of vanity, she becomes unable to hold back her tears.
そんな最低なくせに俺なんかを好きだなんて最低の上塗りだよ。そのせいでどれだけ俺が苦しめられたか分かってんのか。
そんなひどいこと言わないでくれ。私だってそんなこと分かってるよ。
Moreover, she's looking at me with a desperate, upturned eyes full of tears, as if she were an abandoned puppy clinging to me.
だからお前みたいなやつは世界に弾かれて当然なんだ。才能の上にあぐらをかいて社会と馴染もうとしない。人としては本当に未熟なやつだから。
なんで今になってそんな分かりきったこと言い出すんだよ。
She's really going for the gaslighting strat here, man. She really is so weak.
カズサ、お前は本当にダメなやつだ。
Give me a second. I always like this line. I always love this line.
Yuna.
The image I had in my head of the cool, dignified lone wolf that I used to have a crush on crumbles away.
誰かに支えられてなくちゃ生きていけないくせに頼ろうとする相手を襟好みしすぎて自滅して。
I mean, this is them proving that if there's anyone who knows her best, it's him. But you know, the red pill isn't so comfortable. Isn't so kind.
やめろって言ってるだろ。もう黙れ。黙ってくれよ。
She's a rabbit in wolf's clothing, acting like she prefers solitude, yet dies if left alone. The kind of odd species that would inevitably go extinct.
俺と陽子さんの両方ともいなくなったらどうやって生きていくつもりだったんだよ。
そんなの知るか。そんなありえないこと考えてたまるか。
お前がこんなにもダメなやつだから。どうしようもない弱いやつだから。
春樹、お前は。
だから俺が何とかするしかないだろ。
The gaslight strat. The music stops. All right, here we go, guys. I just can't bring myself to abandon someone as hopeless as she is. If Yoko-san can't do it, then I will. I'll have to be the one to reach out to her.
俺さ、そんな最低なお前が好きだ。世界で一番好きだ。
Yeah!
お前が幸せに生きてくれないと嫌なんだ。
春樹。
No. I want to be the one to reach out to her.
お前が幸せになるために、いや、お前が生きていくために俺が必要だっていうのなら、俺はお前のそばにいる。たとえ全てを捨てることになっても。
Black. I need to eat dinner. I'll take 30 minutes to 1 hour break.
さて、本日2月14日。
Oh yeah, good stopping point just before Setsuda's birthday. No, it is Setsuda's birthday. Well, this is a good stopping point. Holy shit! Let me pick a number. 100. All right, I'll be back in 30 minutes to 1 hour. So I'll see you guys.